Chapter 1354. No one knew exactly how thick the tribulation clouds were. Looking up, it was difficult to see beyond the range of the storm clouds. The lavender light beam still went straight to the bottom of the tribulation clouds. During the time Hui and the others were in, the tribulation clouds seemed to have expanded by dozens of times. This space had also stabilized, and there were no more thunder and lightning in this place. The surrounding tribulation clouds were still shining with terrifying energy, but because the space had expanded, it was not so easy to touch that side. Those scenes had completely disappeared, and at this moment, only this tribulation cloud storm was left in this space. This place is really good as a battlefield. Hui sized up the space and could not help but laugh out loud. He waved at everyone. I Ching and the others immediately understood what he meant. Orders were quickly transmitted through their souls. Then, the huge cross-shaped star formation appeared again. As the formation was reassembled, the energy towers also appeared from the void. They were like energy nodes that landed in the formation. On the other side, the communication between Xian Lei and Xing Lu had just finished. Xian Lei held the crystal and floated in front of Hui, looking him up and down for a while. Then he reluctantly handed over the secret artifact. Here, it's for you. Although I had expected that the efforts of several eras would be wasted, I did not expect it to be so fast. Hui was stunned for 2 seconds and waved his hand. No, didn't I say that I am not interested in this thing? If you had not caused such a big commotion, we would not have come to clean up the mess. You keep it first. He saw Xian Lei's helpless smile and felt a little curious. Is there a problem? Xian Lei nodded. The secret artifact is now only revealed in the space of the present world. The real legendary item is in the secret artifact, but it has not yet materialized. It is still slowly taking shape, so the secret artifact has not been opened yet. And in this process, I just tried it, and there is no way to put it into any space. Hui let out a long "oh." Before he could speak, Lady Green said first, "So you intend to give it to Lord Hui and let him help you attract hatred, right?" Xian Lei turned his head awkwardly. "We can't handle an army of hundreds of billions and thousands of trillions. Then we can only hand it to a team that can handle it. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have opened this thing." I Ching could not help but let out a long sigh. As long as Xing Lu and Xian Lei were activated, they would attract endless attention. In the chaotic situation of the void, it was impossible to take them away safely no matter what. The only way was to hand them over to a sufficiently powerful force. They could not just hand them over to the guests from the outer realm. Based on the current situation, they could only hand them over to Lord Hui. I went around in a circle and tied a dead knot. Xing LV couldn't help but laugh bitterly after he figured out the problem. He scratched his head in embarrassment. All right, we were too rash this time. Sorry. Hui looked at the two of them with a headache and sighed. If I had known this would happen. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's just say that I'm interested in this so-called legendary item. This way we won't be entangled, right? Also, don't tell me the two of you are planning to open the other 2 secret artifacts as well? Seeing Xing LV and Xian Lei heave a sigh of relief, we couldn't help but open his eyes and smile. Xing LV laughed dryly and turned his head away, pretending not to hear anything. Xian Lei simply pushed the crystal to Hui and then shrank back into the former's body like an ostrich, leaving the matter to him. Behave. The void is troublesome now. Well, we don't object to the people from the realm of the gods doing strange but harmless things. But next time, if you really want to open the secret artifacts, please give us a signal so that we can open the barrier. Don't look at me like that. We just don't want to take the trouble. We'll close the door and you can go in and take it. If you can't take it, it's your own business. Xing LV laughed dryly and lowered his head to continue playing with his fingers. Just as their conversation came to an end, the space around them suddenly lit up. A huge sea of light appeared, and then figures emerged from the light. There were tens of thousands, hundreds of billions, and they were the people who entered the secret artifact space with them. At this time, they also emerged as the space collapsed. They were constantly panting, and their faces were covered in sweat. Hui wrinkled his nose and waved his hand to throw the crystal in his hand to the top of the energy tower behind him, replacing the golden crystal on the top of the tower. He held the golden crystal in his hand and then poured the guardian's power into it. The light was so dazzling that it was as if a sun was shining. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but praise. As expected of the Lord Guardian, his reaction was really fast. This countermeasure made them speechless. There were also a few people who looked at it and quickly changed the golden crystal in the energy tower next to them to purple so that it wouldn't look too abrupt. They were suddenly bounced back to the original passage from another space, or even from the depths of the passage. For a while, they were a little confused. After constantly looking around for a while, they finally saw Hui and the others floating some distance away from them. They recognized that they were all from the realm of the gods, and immediately became vigilant. In their vigilance, they saw the 2 or 3 meters tall energy crystal in Hui's hand. With their eyes, there was no way for them to distinguish what the crystal was. Suddenly, they associated it with this space, and instantly there were more changes in their eyes. "Ha! I didn't expect that you guys from the realm of the gods would be so fast. You took out the treasures in the space so quickly. The collapse of the space gave me a shock." In the crowd, the Lord of Void Holy Court took a few steps forward and left the sea of people. A faint smile came from the black fog. "I wonder if you guys have any special gains. We would also like to take a look." "Well, there's nothing special." Hui looked at the crystal in his hand thoughtfully and said, "It's just an amalgamation of some of the realm of the gods' law fragments. There are some special records about the things of the previous era and the current power of the realm of the gods' law, and so on." After saying that, he raised the crystal in his hand and threw it up as if he didn't care. He caught it again. "See, I already said that the last thing we see might not be anything special. You guys have these things in your own world. It's just a small piece of the realm of the gods' law fragments. What a waste of time. Let's go. Hui yawned lazily and let go of the energy crystal to float 1.5 meters away from him as if he didn't care. Then he led the others slowly down the passage of the tribulation, clouds below. Wait. The young man from the Demon Gods League suddenly stood up and a smile appeared on his young face. "Since it's useless, why don't you let us deal with it? What use do you have for something that involves the origin of the realm of the gods' law?" Hui waved his hand casually. "First, this thing can't be absorbed and refined. Second, it can't be used to strengthen the power of the realm of the gods' law. No matter what, it's a worthless thing. But it's still something from the realm of the gods, and it contains some secrets. How can we give it to you? What a load of nonsense." The young man from the Gold Firmament clan sneered. "You guys found it first, so you got it first. It's up to you. Don't think that you can fool us with such a cheap excuse." Everyone from the god realm looked at each other in dismay. Then they collectively sighed and said in unison, "Ah, a lost youth. If you don't believe us, we can't do anything about it. Lord Hui, it's just trash anyway. Rather than bringing it back and burying it, why don't we just get rid of it here?" I Ching sighed and whispered into Lord Hui's ear. Although he whispered into Lord Hui's ear, everyone could hear him. Hui thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. He took the golden crystal and looked up at the young man from the Gold Firmament clan. "Hey you, that's right. Take it." Everyone was dumbfounded, and the young man from the Gold Firmament clan frowned. When Hui finished speaking, he felt a golden light flash in front of him. He was stunned for a moment and quickly reached out to take the crystal. As soon as he touched it, he felt an unimaginably large amount of energy with the power of the realm of the gods' law. He quickly let go of the crystal and looked at it carefully. It was the golden crystal that was 2 to 3 meters tall. Buzz. While he was in a daze, the golden crystal let out a soft, buzzing sound. The powerful power of the realm of the gods' law and the power of the realm of the gods gushed out like a long river. Countless strange phenomena appeared in the surroundings, and some gray, blurry images appeared. An ancient aura that had settled down for countless years suddenly appeared. Everyone was shocked, and many people cried out in surprise. "You're just a country bumpkin. Haven't you seen the manifestation of energy before?" Lady Green shook her head and clicked her tongue. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and said to Hui, "Lord Hui, that is an item from the realm of the gods. If it falls into the hands of people from other realms, they might be able to tinker with it. At most, they might be able to replicate the power of the realm of the gods' law. It's not authentic anyway, so let them be. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go, let's go." After so much trouble, it turned out to be a useless thing. What a waste of time. The whispers of the two were so loud that everyone present could hear them. At that moment, the expressions of those who were still crying out in surprise changed. Could it really be a useless thing? They wanted to get a more accurate answer, but they did not dare to block Hui and the others' path alone. At that moment, the leaders of the Void Giants were frowning and hesitating. Occasionally, they would look at the golden crystal, and then look at the people from the realm of the gods who were gradually moving away. They were stunned for a moment. No matter what, this is an item from the realm of the gods. The enforcers of the realm of the gods also said that they might be able to replicate the power of the realm of the gods. Even if they could only replicate part of it, it would still be several times more powerful than the power of the realm of the gods. A voice came from somewhere unknown. After hearing it, everyone could not help but nod. That's right. After coming here from across the void territory, we can't go back empty-handed. However, the young man from the demon gods, League nodded in agreement. However, his tone suddenly changed as he said to the people from the realm of the gods below, "Everyone from the realm of the gods, since we can't verify the authenticity of this item, why don't we ask you to watch from the side? Once a fight breaks out here, the situation will be very chaotic. Just now, there were some people who had some ideas about this world. I'm worried that your world will be invaded during the chaos." "What? We've given you the item, and you're not letting us go? That's a good excuse, but you don't have to worry about it." What a joke. Hui stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at everyone. He said with a faint smile, "Please understand that this is the realm of the gods. This is our territory. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm saying that everyone here is a turtle in a jar. If I want to kill all of you, it'll only take a few minutes." Boom! Monarch Green and the others shouted. The aura of more than 30,000 heavenly gods of origin burst out together and rumbled. The entire tribulation cloud trembled along with it. Hundreds of billions of people were thrown off their feet. The heavenly god tier beings were directly pushed back into the tribulation cloud and were drowned in it. There was not even a trace of sound. The leaders of the few giants in the void territory held their breaths for a moment. They were pushed back for a distance before they managed to stabilize themselves in a sorry state. Their faces were as gloomy as the rain. "If you understand, then go and do your own things. Hee, you can join forces to stop us. When the time comes, we don't know who will benefit from the crystal." Hui sneered and waved his hand. This time, everyone opened a crack in the void territory and calmly walked into it to leave this space. Hui was the last to leave. Before he left, he turned around and smiled faintly at everyone. "By the way, thank you for helping me throw away the trash. Due to the powerful deterrence of the people from the realm of the gods, no one dared to say a word this time." Their expressions changed several times before they all turned to look at the golden crystal that had fallen into the hands of the Gold Age clan. Many colors appeared in their eyes. Boom! A powerful energy torrent surged out of nowhere and surged toward the young man from the Gold Age clan. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden development. The enormous energy caused the heavenly gods of origin of the Gold Age clan to join forces and form a solid energy barrier. When the energy landed heavily on the barrier, the destructive energy caused an earth-shattering reaction. Everyone in this space saw as if a huge sun had exploded in front of their eyes. They felt as if they were blinded by the light. Several torrents of energy swept out from the center of the energy explosion and sent a large number of people flying. The aftershock of the impact caused a large number of people to fall to the ground. Hundreds of people were slapped into the tribulation cloud and were swallowed by the energy there. Almost no one could walk out of there alive. The few heavenly gods of origin who had formed the barrier were stunned. Logically speaking, the energy barrier that they had formed in a hurry should not have been able to withstand such a huge commotion. The handsome man also felt that something was wrong, but he obviously did not have much time to think at this moment. The Void Court, the Desolate Devil Court, the Godly Destruction Sect, the Demon Gods League, and many other giants quickly approached the Gold Age clan with many experts. Some of them had grim expressions, some of them had undisguised sneers on their faces, and some of them did not even look human. They surrounded the Gold Age clan. Seeing the crowd closing in on them, a sinister look flashed across the handsome man's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Why? Do you really plan to attack us? I suspect that the people from the realm of the gods are behind all this. Why don't we prepare ourselves and bring everyone to their door to ask for a specific explanation?" The young man from the demon gods league grinned innocently and nodded. "Of course. However, we are also very interested in the crystal that contains the laws of the realm of the gods. Why don't we study it together?" The leaders of the giants did not speak directly. However, judging from the glint in their eyes and the surging of energy, it was obvious that they had the same idea. Although Hui and the others from the realm of the gods treated it as trash, the powerful laws of this world contained in the crystal were much more powerful than the laws in their own origin worlds. If they could obtain it, they might be able to upgrade their own worlds to a higher level. They might even be able to take a peek at that level. This was a power that only outsiders had. To the people from the realm of the gods, it was indeed something that was dispensable. Another's worthless grass was my treasure. This was how the saying went. In the void, Hui and the others were hiding nearby, closely watching the scene in the tribulation cloud passage. I Ching looked at the dozen or so void giants who were ready to fight. He could not help but ask Hui, "Lord Hui, will they really fight?" "Of course. None of them know each other at the moment. I'm talking to the extent that they can be allies. They might have communicated or had conflicts in the void, but they haven't formed an alliance. Among this group of people, the Void Court has the most combat power. But because of this, if they fight, they will be the first to be targeted. They are still stalling for time, probably communicating in secret. After all, there are more than a dozen parties staring at each other, and none of them have absolute power to control the situation, so it won't be easy for them to fight. Behind them, a bunch of scattered people are also watching in fear. Just now, the guidance didn't cause too much of a ruckus. Otherwise, it would have exploded directly, and there would be no need to wait. Oh, look, although it was a few minutes late, didn't it start now?" Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes. In the void, in the tribulation cloud passage in the realm of the gods, a huge impact of energy suddenly burst out, scattering the group of people who were besieged. The people of the Gold Ashen clan took the golden crystal and rushed down the passage. Obviously, they did not intend to fight force with force while being watched. Right now, they were planning to gather outside support first. Oh, it was the Void Court that attacked first. Not surprising at all. Although we know that the Gold Ashen clan can't escape, it will take a long time to chase after them. "Lord Hui, why don't we do something?" Hui shrugged. "Jing Yuanji, I will leave it to you. Seal the escape space." Jing Yuanji stroked her light blue hair and nodded with a smile. She pointed at the void in the realm of the gods, and the power of the divine right quietly surged. Then Everyone saw that half of the void in the tribulation cloud passage suddenly froze. The way in front of the Gold Ashen clan was blocked by a distorted void vortex. The hundreds of people were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. They hurriedly stopped. A few people did not have time to stop chasing and crashed into the void vortex. Then a huge energy phenomenon with particles scattered all over the void. Those people were completely dead, and the overflowing energy formed a phenomenon that only appeared when they died. This is not strong enough. Let me do it. Jun grinned grimly. He waved his hand and pinched fiercely at the position of a group of unaffiliated people behind him. A violent power of rules suddenly broke out, shaking those guys who were at a loss at a distance, and sent them flying like flies. Many people were even blown into the fighting circle by the energy storm. Suddenly, a group of people who were in a hurry to protect themselves and those who were vigilant against the intruders roared and clashed with each other. That white blood, that red blood. Tiske, how tragic. I Ching looked at the battle that broke out in front of him across the void and could not help but smack his lips. It seems that the life forms in other worlds are mostly physical. Not every life form in every world can easily transform into an energy life form, unlike us, who can do it the moment we ascend to the rebirth state. We can choose however we want. Hui stretched his body. Hui stretched lazily. Generally speaking, energy life forms are stronger, especially the pure energy form after removing the restrictions. However, once we enter that form, we will also become a kind of energy. If our spirit and soul are not strong enough, it will not be fun to be restrained by the enemy's means of restricting energy. In order to make up for this small shortcoming, what we usually show is an entity formed by energy. There is no problem in removing the restrictions at will. Unless we are seriously injured, we will not be beaten back to the pure energy form. Jing Yuanji listened and could not help but say, although the energy form is indeed much stronger, I still prefer the physical form. Oh, then you can go and talk to Maple, we said. Maple's life form has a physical form in the normal state, and it is the kind that is 100% restored. When he fights, he will use energy to manifest the physical form. Compared to the upper level, he has liberated part of his strength. So you can occasionally see him spitting blood while fighting. Energy life forms do not have this ability. At most, the energy will leak out from the wound. As for the final pure energy form, the one that is completely liberated and berserk, I feel a lingering fear. Let's not talk about it. Hui watched a group of outsiders fight with interest and told others about his old companions. Everyone could not help but praise him. After a moment of silence, they realized that something was not right. A first-stage transformation with a second-stage mutation and a third-stage berserk. This, you can't afford to provoke a berserk Maple. Hui sighed to everyone. While they were chatting and watching the battle, no one noticed that the nebula-like energy inside the purple crystal suddenly trembled slightly. Then a small vortex appeared inside and absorbed the energy in the crystal. The movement was like the birth of a star. Chapter 1355. Boom! The opening scene was a violent explosion of energy, like a new star. The huge void energy turned into a storm that swept in all directions, swallowing space and time. A huge crater thousands of kilometers wide appeared in the sky, and the area covered by the energy was left with nothing but nothingness. The people who were swallowed by the energy did not even show any signs of death. The void energy erupted without any hindrance. If it was allowed to do as it pleased, the tribulation cloud channel would collapse. When everyone saw this scene, they clearly understood what would happen if the black hole continued to grow. Immediately, countless people who were still fighting mobilized their own energy, causing it to erupt from their bodies like a monstrous wave. The endless energy, along with the destructive power of many laws and powerful divine right, crashed into the black hole. Seeing the scene, Some people who were fighting in twos and threes looked at each other and tacitly stopped fighting temporarily. They launched powerful energy attacks at the crazily expanding black hole. Tens of millions of energies converged into an ocean and surged toward the gaping hole in the void. The boundless energy gushed into the black hole like clay oxen entering the sea and died, causing everyone's expression to darken. But a moment later, they saw that after the black hole received all the attacks, its expanding volume suddenly stopped. The destructive suction force also disappeared. The black hole, which was originally invisible like a flat black circle, suddenly arched high up and collapsed on the other side. The color of the black hole rapidly faded, turning into a wriggling ball of mud. Streaks of blue energy patterns appeared on its surface like cracks. The entire ball of mud trembled visibly with the naked eye, then suddenly contracted violently and expanded abruptly. The expansion lasted for a short 5 seconds. At this time, everyone felt a fatal threat. The aura made their scalps tingle, and they hurriedly retreated. Layers of energy barriers covered their bodies, and the ball of mud, which had undergone some kind of transformation, expanded to its limit. Then, with a boom, the void exploded, washing the endless energy into pure void energy. The primordial and powerful energy exploded, tearing the entire space into pieces. It was a pure black light, but it made everyone feel like their eyes were about to be blinded. Those who could not escape in time were once again dragged in by the exploding void energy and disintegrated into nothingness. The Lord of the Void Divine Court appeared in the distance. The black ball on its body surged rapidly as if it was about to shatter. People could faintly hear a muffled groan from the black ball. It coldly looked at everyone. It did not expect that its attack would attract so many people's attention. A group of scattered people and a few powerful figures worked together to break the attack. Then it stared at the flustered young man from the Gold Age clan and said in a cold voice, "Why do you still want to resist? You should know that you won't be able to protect that crystal. Why don't you hand it over as soon as possible and leave this place quickly?" "Hand it over?" The young man from the Gold Age clan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed evilly. "Sure. Who should I hand it over to? These days, it's not very useful to sow discord." The young man from the demon gods league smiled. "You just need to let it go. You can see that you are the first to be attacked. You don't have the power to fight anymore." "Is that so?" "Seems like it," the young man said coldly. He grabbed at the side, and the golden crystal floated up beside him. He flipped it up and down a few times. Seeing the undisguised gazes of those people, he said, "You want the law crystal? It's not that easy." He sneered, and the space around him suddenly distorted. A golden beam of light swept up the golden crystal and shot into the distance. And the direction it flew towards was actually a place where countless rogue cultivators were gathered. "Bastard!" An angry shout came from the black ball. Black energy rushed out, causing the space around the golden crystal to darken. The people from the Void Divine Court also released a huge amount of energy at the right time. "Ha! You're in such a hurry." Just as the golden crystal was about to be taken away by the Void Divine Court, a faint laugh sounded. Suddenly, a huge beast claw appeared in the space and slapped the crystal away. The space was directly shattered. "Old bastard who's pretending to be young, you're not slow either." The black ball looked at the young man sitting on the huge beast. Its hollow voice was a bit angry. It hurriedly turned around and said to everyone, "Hurry up and do it!" "In the void domain, even you will be affected by me." The black sphere bellowed out furiously. The energy of the void expanded wildly, about to form a domain that completely enveloped the entire space. However, just as its domain expanded to several times its original size, two powerful bursts of energy swept over from the side, forcefully causing its domain to tremble violently. It almost shattered. The black ball turned around furiously and saw the young man and the young man from the Gold Age clan walk over together. The former sneered, "I don't want it any more, but I don't want it to end up in your hands either. Speaking of which, we still have a debt to settle." The black ball felt a sliver of pressure from the two-peak reciprocity experts. A hollow, angry laugh rang out from the ball. An abnormal energy appeared in the frozen void domain. It only appeared for a moment, but it caused the turbulent space to darken even more. However, just when the energy was about to surge out, the black ball seemed to suddenly think of something. After a moment of hesitation, it calmed down the void domain and sneered, "Do you really think you can stop me with just the two of you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful energy suddenly erupted from the void domain. The energy that could be said to be the origin of the primordial realm condensed into a storm that swept the two of them in. The figures of the three void giants collided in each other's energy domains, and the energy that erupted blew away all the energy shockwaves within a radius of 10,000 miles. The three peak powers fought fiercely here, and the destructive energy constantly caused the space to explode. The people who were watching from the side all retreated in horror, afraid that they would be affected. The giants of the desolate Devil Court and the others could not help but frown when they saw the three of them fight. Just when they were about to take action, they saw the golden crystal charge into the place they did not want to get involved in the least. They all clenched their fists and forcefully stopped themselves from taking action. They could only watch for now. The crystallization of the laws of the God world. It can make the laws of your world several dozen times stronger. Attack! On the largest and most chaotic battlefield, everyone suddenly felt something. When they turned their heads, they saw that the golden crystal was only a few kilometers away from them. They could touch it with just a stretch of their hands. Immediately, fiery red gazes turned toward it. It could make the laws of their world several dozen times stronger, close to the God world. If they could get their hands on it, they would be able to form a team like that legendary army. The crystallization of laws. That's mine. Suddenly, an even more violent explosion of energy connected together. Everyone exploded with powerful energy to break free from their opponents. Their figures instantly became illusory. In just an instant, thousands of figures reached out their hands toward the crystallization of laws. They were not far away from touching it. Those who were armed to the teeth were even using their teeth at this moment. They saw an old man open his mouth and spit out a torrent of energy that killed a group of people. Even the row of teeth he spat out were like meteorites that knocked several high-level heavenly gods of origin who were close to him, causing them to vomit blood and fly backward. When everyone's eyes turned red from killing, they felt a little ashamed. In such a crazy confrontation, it was as if the entire world was violently erupting with energy. Divinity domains could not be opened at all. Once someone tried to open a divinity domain to control a part of the world, they would be shattered alive by the countless energy explosions. It would shatter before it could even take shape. When the divinity domain shattered, that heavenly God could only retreat with heavy injuries. Therefore, in the battle before them, they could only rely on their own energy and laws. Because there were too many people, a group of heavenly gods and experts above heavenly gods could not use many of their techniques. When they fought in a chaotic battle, the battle formation was similar to that of a primary god. It's mine. A young man with 6 bony wings on his back passed through the many energy explosions at an unbelievable speed. When everyone was surprised, he hugged the golden crystal in his arms. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His bony wings flapped lightly, leaving behind tens of thousands of shadows that flew in all directions. His real body was hidden in one of the shadows. However, just when he thought that he could escape with his life, nearly 100,000 destructive energy laws suddenly erupted in the space where his real body was. That space annihilated his entire body in the void. The golden crystal was also shaken by the huge energy and flew into the distance. Not long after, it fell into the hands of another person. This scene repeated endlessly. Oh, how brutal, how chaotic. In the bottom layer of the void, Qing-jun and the others could not help but smack their lips when they saw the scene of huge destructive impacts erupting from time to time. They were not afraid of anyone there, but when everyone's eyes fell on them, TSK, TSK, this was probably the scene. They felt a little overwhelmed. If we really have to fight with all our strength, I will take the lead and use the creation domain to connect all of our spiritual and soul forces together to build a huge divinity domain to cover the whole place. The odds of winning will be more than 60%. Hui spread out his hand next to him. But looking at it this way, a direct confrontation is really exciting. Even if we don't use the creation domain, we can still hold on for a long time by just relying on our combined strength. We can take advantage of the gaps between their outbursts and use the energy towers to clean up all life without any worries. After 30,000 rounds, our odds of winning will still increase greatly, but that's just cleaning up. The so-called extinction is not the ending I want to see now. I still have some use for these guys. Yi Qing looked at Qing-jun, who was secretly drinking there, and could not help but swallow his saliva. He poked the latter with his elbow and pestered him under Qing-jun's helpless gaze. After a while, he grabbed a jar of wine and poured it into his mouth. He let out a long sigh of relief. What if Lord Feng can participate in the battle? Oh, then we just need to provide support. Hui spread his hand to the side and Qing-jun gave him a jar of wine. He took a sip and said happily, "You probably haven't fought side by side with Lord Feng yet. Let me just say this. You don't have to think about cooperating with him to fight or something. That will only kill you. If we want to fight with Lord Feng, it's fine to provide support or help him block the extra people." Yi Qing recalled the only 1 or 2 scenes that he had seen Lord Feng fight so far, and suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with Hui's words. Qing-jun took a sip of wine. "Lord Hui, are we still not going to play? It feels boring to sit here and watch." Glancing at Qing-jun, whose face was slightly red, Hui couldn't help but say, "Yi Qing, sober him up. We can indeed play now. We didn't actually have to leave at the beginning, but for the sake of convenience, we were too lazy to waste too much energy, and there were risks. From the time we left until now, the energy that erupted in the Tribulation Cloud Passage has been enough to destroy 100 million worlds. If this space had not been covered by the Tribulation Clouds and was stable enough, I'm afraid it would have collapsed." Hui's eyes swept across the field. After the infinite energy burst, there were still many energy aftershocks left in place. The remaining energy solidified and remained in the space, turning into energy clusters that were blown around by the energy storm. At any time, they would pour into some of the explosive energy, making the explosion even more violent. Well, there will be a time to play. Let's wait patiently for a while. By the way, remember what I said just now. Later, according to the assigned team, suppress those big guys. Don't be lenient, just don't kill them. Understood? The purple crystal behind him, the cluster of nebula, had completely turned into a vortex that constantly rotated around a cluster of blazing energy. A lot of energy emerged from the edge of the crystal and collapsed toward the inside. The energy of the crystal was constantly flickering, but it was not eye-catching. Hui and the others were all focused on the Tribulation Cloud Passage and did not pay attention to the crystal left on the energy tower. Yi Qing let out a burp that reeked of alcohol and lay on his back in the void. It was only when he stretched that he saw a purple light flickering in the corner of his eyes. He raised his eyes and saw the crystal trembling. He couldn't help but be stunned. "Lord Hui, that crystal, huh?" Hui turned his head and saw that it was trembling restlessly. His eyes widened slightly and then he frowned. "Well, I haven't come into contact with this thing. I don't know what it means. Xing LV, do you know what's going on?" Xing LV was stunned and quickly shook his head. "I don't know. We only learned about the secret artifact from some words and records of the previous era, but we really don't know what it is. I was just shocked by the horrifying conditions to open it, so I was very interested and used a few eras of effort. As he said this, he kept asking Xianli in his mind. Unfortunately, the latter did not know more. It only knew these things and knew how to open the secret artifact after entering this space. It did not know how to take out the secret artifact from the beginning. It was probably because it was a part of the key fragment. Well, if only Feng was here. He should know what I don't know. Hui looked at the crystal and felt that it had changed, but he could not identify it clearly. He could not help but sigh. Where is Lord Feng? I don't know. There's no movement, but I can feel that his condition is getting better. He seems to be recovering very quickly in this space. He should be able to come in the middle of our plan. This is a rare situation where you can see him in action. You're in for a treat. Everyone was a little fascinated by Lord Hui's sinister smile. Lord Feng's strength had always been a mystery. It was not difficult to know from the words of their own Lord Protector that he was an extreme, violent, and crazy violent maniac, and his combat strength should be much higher than his own. Although I Ching had seen a little of it, it was only the tip of the iceberg. It was difficult to see the truth, so when Lord Hui said that, he could not help but feel a little hopeful. Lord Hui, let's deal with that crystal. I keep feeling that it's not quite right. Hui looked at the purple crystal that suddenly flashed faster and felt a little uneasy. He was silent for a moment and said as he reached out his hand, I'm not too sure how to deal with this kind of standard creation. Well, let's just casually deal with it first. Before he could finish a sentence, his eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted almost subconsciously, Get down quickly! Open your defenses. Half of the people were highly concentrated and half relaxed. They gathered together almost as soon as they heard Huey's surprised voice. Before they could react, they had already subconsciously opened their defenses. The group of people propped up a huge combined barrier. The light of the purple crystal suddenly dimmed, and a few seconds later, it became bright again, but this time it was brighter than any previous flicker. It was like a constantly expanding star that did not stop brightening. In just 5 seconds, it became as dazzling as a purple sun. Everyone was slightly surprised. Under Huey's command, they aimed their energy at the crystal. Alert! Bang! Just as he was on guard, the crystal suddenly flew up from the deck of the energy tower. With a bang, it shattered the space beside it and charged out of the space at the bottom of the void. In a flash, it appeared in the tribulation cloud passageway. Oh my God! Hui was so shocked that he almost swallowed his tongue. How did that damn thing run into there? Lord Hui, what should we do now? Green sobered up at once and quickly jumped up to look at the space in the real world. What do you mean, what should we do? Lead the troops and kill our way in. That thing can't fall into the hands of those bastards. Hui waved his hand ferociously. Hearing his ferocious aura, everyone roared, and their auras surged up layer by layer. When a huge passage was opened in the void, we took a look and found that the purple crystal was flying toward the place with a lot of residual energy. There were even a few times when it was close to the edge of the tribulation cloud storm. It was seizing energy and seizing an unusually large amount of energy. What is that thing doing? Hui frowned. When he couldn't figure it out, he was too lazy to think about those things. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone into the passage. Although it was a little earlier than planned, there was no other way. He was worried that the purple crystal would go out of control. The energy contained in it was enough to blow up half of the realm of the gods. He didn't dare to put such a dangerous bomb in a chaotic battlefield. The purple crystal that was like the sun rampaged through the tribulation cloud passage to plunder energy. The red-eyed people didn't react for a while, and the huge energy light around them was much more conspicuous than its light, so no one discovered it in a short 2 minutes. And the first person to see the unknown purple crystal was the 7 feet tall, skinny old man from the desolate Devil Divine Court. At that time, he wanted to dodge because he felt a huge energy reaction, but when he turned around, he saw the crystal that contained a huge amount of energy rushing past them. For a moment, he felt a little suspicious. He didn't know why, but his intuition told him that this purple crystal was more important than the golden crystal. Under the influence of this strange thought, the skinny old man saw that no one had reacted. So he waved his hand and led everyone to quietly disappear from the battlefield, and came to the side of the purple crystal without anyone noticing. Buzz, buzz! That purple crystal was still wantonly plundering the energy in the space. It didn't feel that someone was watching it, and it didn't treat it as a big deal. Its energy absorption speed was very fast. With a flash of purple light, it absorbed the energy equivalent to that of a high-level heavenly god. After that, it disappeared from where it was in a flash. The skinny old man who had just appeared from the space immediately pounced on empty air. Chase, be careful. Don't attract the attention of others too quickly. The skinny old man frowned, said a sentence, and continued to disappear. In order to not attract attention, the dozen or so people who followed him also disappeared into the space. The group of people jumped quickly in the space, and in a few flashes, they came in front of the purple crystal again. This time, the absorption speed of the purple crystal wasn't as fast. Seeing this, the skinny old man directly broke through the air from the overlapping space. His big hand suddenly reached out, sealing off all the escape routes of the purple crystal, and that space suddenly collapsed and solidified. Pum! The purple crystal was stunned. It hurriedly gave up on that delicious ball of energy and exploded with a powerful energy. In an instant, it broke through the space sealed by the skinny old man. With a flash of purple light, it disappeared from where it was and appeared in another area of energy, greedily absorbing all the energy. Moreover, the commotion it caused this time was not small, and it was about to attract the attention of others. This thing, what a powerful energy! The skinny old man's expression froze. He gritted his teeth, and just as he was about to continue chasing, his body suddenly stopped. His eyes turned serious, and he looked to the side. He felt a huge amount of condensed energy coming towards them. Hee, the game time is over. Everyone of the desolate devil court. A voice sounded in their ears. The people in the dark also knew that they had been discovered, so they didn't hide anymore. The heavenly gods of origin from the god world came out together. A dozen people who were close to the peak of the origin walked out with smiles, and behind them were hundreds of mid-level and high-level heavenly gods of origin. This energy completely suppressed the skinny old man and the others. The same scene happened one after another in other places. In front of the people of the Demon Gods League, the people of the godly sect of perdition were also surrounded. As for the young man of the Gold Firmament clan and the master of the Void Holy Court, they were surrounded by 5 peak heavenly gods of origin, a dozen high-level heavenly gods of origin, and hundreds of heavenly gods of origin. The strong people of the god world entered the battlefield in the most unyielding manner, and the destructive energy that occupied half of the space was extinguished immediately. When the void giants saw the people of the god world appear on the battlefield again, they stopped them in the most unyielding manner. The combined energy around them made their hearts palpitate. They didn't know what the people of the god world wanted to do. Looks like you people of the god world came prepared. The skinny old man looked at the scene, and his expression couldn't help but turn ugly. He looked at the purple crystal again. And you fooled everyone. Well, the golden crystal you're chasing after does contain many fragments of the laws of the god world. It can't be considered fooling. After all, you were chasing it with all your might, weren't you? The person standing in front of him said with a smile, and his hands were in his sleeves. He looked very relaxed. Then everyone listened carefully. The people of the god world spoke in unison. From the perspective of righteousness, because we're all from the same lawful faction, we're giving you outsiders who have invaded the god world 2 choices. The only 2 choices are in front of you. The group of people said 2 or 3 sets of lines, and the overlapping voices echoed in everyone's ears. The passage of the clouds fell completely silent. No one dared to act rashly. We sincerely invite you to put aside your disputes and maintain the power of the lawful faction. Save your strength and fight against the enemy together. Or everyone laughed in unison. They sneered, and mocked, and said in unison, "We'll kill you all here." Chapter 1356. Inconceivable. That was the feeling of everyone present. They could not understand what the people of the celestial realm were talking about. But even if they could not hear it clearly, it did not stop them from trembling because of the last sentence. That naked threat, that monstrous, murderous aura, and that murderous aura that could destroy the balance of life. Only the heavens knew how many lives these people had destroyed to be able to condense such a heavy and maddening aura. What they said was absolutely true. Whether it was the righteousness that they could not understand or the slaughter to the last, they were all serious. Today, those who opposed them would not be able to leave the celestial realm. Although slaughter to the last is just a threat, Hui walked slowly as he walked. Hui walked slowly in the calamity cloud passage towards the innocent amethyst who had no idea what was going on. Wu Wang, Wu Wei, Wu Wei, Wu Nian. All the powers in the Order faction have been united into one. The prerequisite is that we have to eliminate those who can't achieve greatness. Is this what it means? Is this what Maple wants? What Maple wants to do? No, not only that. It's just that I don't fully understand it. But that's the general idea. The focus of our lobbying is gradually shifting from the middle realm to the upper realm. It's time to spread out from the celestial realm. I wonder how things are over at the Saint Spirit realm and the Changyuan realm. Although it would be good to conquer one world after another, I don't know how much time we have left to slowly implement it. Roughly unifying the entire void and forcefully twisting it into a battlefront is the best we can do for now. I hope we can make it in time. We turned back to look at the passage of the tribulation clouds that had completely quieted down. He took in the restless emotions of the people. There were calculating eyes, panicked eyes, uneasy eyes, fearful eyes, and even more confused eyes. Many of the beings that appeared here today did not understand what was going on or what their intentions were. It had been 70 or 80 years since the time of the timeline's resonance. Many of them still could not figure it out. They were busy spreading their lives for what they saw in front of them, conquering the void and becoming stronger. To put it bluntly, those who were forcibly moved from other timelines to this place or were originally here had mostly become robbers after the timeline's resonance. However, there was nothing wrong with that. The law of the jungle and some of the instincts of life were vividly displayed here. However, that was not enough for the beings of order to overcome this obstacle. They had to make a choice, whether to continue doing what they were doing or to mindlessly throw themselves into the void and order's righteousness. They could not understand these things. Phew. Hui let out a long sigh. After a moment, he turned his head and walked towards the purple crystal that was less than 100 meters away from him. He took a few steps and stopped in front of it. The distance between the two was less than 10 meters. He looked at the crystal and saw that it was still greedily absorbing the remaining energy in the place as if it was holding a feast. Perhaps because he carried a lot of the aura of the realm of the gods, the purple crystal did not know that he had come. Perhaps because the aura of the two was similar, it was difficult to distinguish between the two. Or perhaps because we did not come with any hostility. Looking at it circling around and absorbing a lot of energy, we finally could not help but reach out his hand and poke it gently. "Hey, what are you doing?" Amethyst was startled by this sudden poke. She was so startled that her entire being, the entire crystal, jumped up and scurried around like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Seeing this, he could not help but be stunned. Just as he was about to chase after it, it suddenly stopped in midair. The blazing vortex inside once again became extremely bright, and even the entire crystal became extremely dazzling. A wave of energy unknown whether it had been suppressed for too long or if it could not withstand it, was suddenly released from the center of the crystal. Huey's eyes twitched. An extremely dangerous feeling spread out from his heart. He did not even have time to think about it. He hurriedly shouted to everyone, "Quick, dodge! Defend with all your strength!" In this deathly silent scene, a sudden roar rang out, causing everyone's tensed nerves to jump again. The highly concentrated minds made everyone not pay attention to who the voice was. They subconsciously put up an energy barrier and retreated quickly. At this moment, the warriors of the realm of the gods also came back to their senses and quickly put up a huge defensive barrier. Then, boom! An indescribable violent energy suddenly came from above. The extremely dazzling light made everyone feel as if they were facing a falling star. The vast energy new star was accompanied by a destructive roar that could split heaven and earth. A torrent of energy that was enough to illuminate the thick tribulation clouds burst out. Countless bursts of energy were released thousands of times per second. Thousands of times fused into one shock wave that swept wildly in all directions at the speed of light. Hui, who was closest to it, only had time to let out a wah before he was blown away by the violent energy and disappeared. The hundreds of billions of lives gathered here, under Huey's hasty reminder, only had time to use their instinctive defense. The defense strength was not too high. The moment the shock wave burst out, nearly 30% of the defense barrier shattered. The rest, whether the defense was broken or not, were blown away by the shock wave. They were like broken ribs that were thrown into a pile and rolled out like a ball. The light purple pillar of light in the passageway flickered a few times, as if its energy was about to be exhausted. As the light pillar at the core of the passageway flickered, the huge tribulation cloud in the surroundings also had a huge movement. The thick tribulation cloud that was originally resting in a corner suddenly rumbled with the sound of rolling thunder. The movement of the tribulation cloud surged violently, causing the entire space to become violent. The energy new star and the energy flash that could split heaven and earth passed in an instant. When they saw each other again, the energy phenomenon had already ended. Everyone who had been thrown off their feet suppressed the dizziness and slowly climbed to their feet, or just so happened to have not fainted. A considerable portion of those whose barriers had shattered at first had already been reduced to dust. Apart from the Empyrean god, there were not many who were in particularly good condition. It was also thanks to that energy new star that the void giants who had been separately trapped broke free during the chaos and gathered with their own teams. The divine warriors had no choice but to gather after some thought. They too felt helpless about the sudden scene. They had clearly been holding down the criminal and preparing to be executed, and now that the criminal had slipped away, they would have to capture him again later. What a headache! Hui appeared at the front of the team and patted his robe that had become a little tattered due to the energy new star. The plan is all messed up. Well, it's not just that. Because of the declaration just now, the tourists are now generally emotionally unstable. Look at their little eyes. With so many eyes, if there's no accident, they should be trying to escape now. Qing Jun looked up into the distance, being stared at by nearly 100 billion gazes. His eyebrows could not help but twitch, especially when more than 70% of the gazes were absolutely hostile. It was only now that Hui noticed that the energy barrier that Qing Jun, Yi Qing, and the others had put up during the energy new star was too large, even helping some of them to absorb a lot of the energy impact. They were pushed far away by the huge energy blast and just happened to be below the tribulation cloud passageway, the place where the pass was guarded. To be fair, it was just a coincidence, but it had a different meaning in the eyes of so many panicked people. Combined with the declaration just now, especially the last sentence of the declaration, we could now imagine what they were thinking. These divine fellows might have shed all pretense of cordiality and wanted to keep them here. Forget it. Who cares what they think? Hui put one hand on his waist and muttered angrily, Our purpose has never changed, and our ideas will not change. The only thing that has changed is the means of doing things. Since the shortcut has been smashed by a stone, let's use the most direct means." He did not suppress his words in the slightest, so that everyone in the passageway could hear him. When the already mentally unstable people heard this, their expressions changed even more. Then they saw the law enforcer of the divine realm take out a long sword that looked like a divine light of salvation and pointed at them. The divine power actually carried a monstrous, murderous aura which made them turn pale. Either you surrender, or stay here. The master of the void divine court stared at the formation in the distance. Looking at the 30,000 Empyrean gods of origin, he felt a great headache. With this kind of formation, even if he drained all of the combat power of the void divine court and raised everyone's strength out of thin air, he still would not be able to defeat them. Now, the people of the divine realm seemed to have some righteous goal and did not casually kill them all. It was easy to get out alive, but also very difficult. They just had to surrender. However, these people had been roaming the void for so many years and were indomitable powerhouses in their own world. They were the leader, one. So how could they be content to submit to others? Everyone, no matter what happened before, no matter what grudges you have, I'm afraid we have to work together if we want to get out alive this time. A voice came from the black sphere. Its gaze fell on the tender young man, the skinny old man, and the others. These people were the top forces outside of the divine realm. If they were unwilling to work together and fight separately, the outcome today would be unimaginable. And the rest of you. After it finished speaking, it turned its gaze to the many scattered people behind it. You've seen what happened before. The divine realm is aggressive and wants to kill us all in one fell swoop. We don't have enough strength. If we want to get out of here alive, we have to work together. Otherwise, we won't be a match for them. Of course, they have another way out. If you don't want to die, surrender now is also a way out. The young man of the Gold Firmament clan pondered for a long time. Then he coldly glared at the black sphere. That seems to be the case. Although working together with you gives me goosebumps, it seems like it's possible now. We'll settle our scores after we get out of here. Seeing him nod, the tender young man looked at the skinny old man and the others. The latter didn't say anything. They just took a step forward. The energy in their bodies surged. It seemed like they were going to use their actions to speak. Seeing that the void tycoons had made their stand, the scattered people behind them looked at each other crazily. The small groups of scattered people all looked at their own captains. Their gazes attracted the attention of many lone wanderers. They all looked at them, making the captains of the small groups feel miserable. However, in the face of such pressure, they didn't have any better ideas. If they didn't want to surrender, then they had to fight. Thinking of this, tens of thousands of people similar to captains walked out. They looked at each other, then looked at the Lord of Void Court and the others in front of them. They nodded. If that's the case, we're also willing to help. The cooperation this time was no longer for the sake of obtaining anything. The golden and purple crystals had been forgotten by the greater pressure in front of them. The most important thing now was to defeat the people from the realm of the gods. If they didn't get rid of them, no one would be able to leave this place, let alone take anything out of this place. Seeing that the scene was divided into two distinct sides, the atmosphere was tense and ready to break out at any moment. Xing LV couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He took 2 steps forward and said to Green, "I really didn't expect there to be such trouble. The trouble you've caused is really not small. It can be ranked in the top 10 of all the trouble I've seen in my life." Green nodded and said bluntly. Xing LV laughed bitterly. "Well, you reap what you sow. Is there anything you can help with? Well, your energy is a little special. Just provide energy for the energy towers." Green pondered for a moment. "Our battle isn't so primitive and crude. In a situation like this, where the great world is clashing head-on, we usually fight a positional battle around the energy towers. It's just that we don't even have a positional battle here. We can only improvise. In the end, he added in his heart, it's just not as refreshing as rushing up alone and punching the flesh. We've seen this kind of battle formation countless times. Those worlds that were turned into ashes under the iron hooves of the realm of the gods, their final resistance was just as resolute as yours. Hui smiled faintly. His smile was still as bright as the sun. He waved his hand, and the star corona barrier shrouded their cross-shaped starlight. The powerful energy barrier leaped with complex and terrifying energy, causing people who saw it to have no other thoughts other than their scalp tingling. This is the first time that the realm of the gods isn't cleaning up trash, punishing people, or anything else. Instead, they are fighting for war. For the void, for the order faction, for the future. Today you must submit to us. As the light shout fell from his mouth, the warriors of the realm of the gods suddenly burst out with energy. The energy towers that had been ready for a long time gathered all the energy in the energy crystals. A light flashed, and thousands of huge torrents of destructive energy that were thousands of miles long suddenly shot out outside the star corona barrier, covering the entire space. The moment they met, it was a saturated bombardment. Seeing this, the faces of the Lord of the Void Court and the others changed dramatically. Attack together! Fight it out with them! A shout came from the black ball. Everyone in empty space court screamed at the same time. Empty space energy flooded out of empty space. It turned into pure, colorless energy that rushed forward. When the others saw this, they unleashed their best attacks. Thousands of different types of energy combined with the empty space courts, 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 empty space courts attacks. Those who did not have any long-range attack methods took out their various weapons one after another. They made a last-minute effort to activate their energy to launch long-range attacks. They swept across the entire battlefield like raindrops falling. In this violent environment, if there were raindrops, it meant that there would soon be a torrential downpour. The energy attacks of billions of lives fell like billions of raindrops, connecting into a curtain of energy. This formation made everyone who launched the joint attack feel a chill in their teeth. They kept measuring themselves. Under such circumstances, the ones who were besieged were not the people of the realm of the gods, but themselves. Then what would happen to them? Boom! 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 The violent explosion of energy interrupted everyone's thoughts. The energy that exploded in the space was like dazzling fireworks in the starry sky. The energy storm that swept out was mixed with a huge amount of void energy that constantly stimulated the evolution of all things. That energy seemed to be able to devour everything. Just a moment ago, everyone was still on guard against this energy. Now, it had become a powerful card to deal with the people of the divine realm. The exploding energy fireworks occupied their entire line of sight. As far as their eyes could see, they could only feel the monstrous explosion of energy and the surging aftermath of the destructive energy. The raging energy storm, catalyzed by the void energy, seemed to have the intention of continuously expanding, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. Not good. Quick, defend! The black ball suddenly sensed something and let out a hurried cry. Everyone was shocked and only had time to subconsciously release their energy defenses. The next moment, the energy storm in front of them was suddenly torn apart from the middle in the most violent manner. The two halves suddenly disappeared, turning into an endless amount of energy that gradually withered away. What tore apart the energy storm that was like a great wall in the starry sky was a large energy torrent that violently swept over. The enormous danger that erupted from within caused everyone to feel fear and trepidation. The energy torrent that could cover an entire area headed straight for the black ball. The tender youth, the skinny old man, and the others. Oh, it included them as it whizzed towards everyone. It could be considered an attack that was almost indiscriminate because everyone was included in the attack range. In the face of such a huge attack, the defense that they hastily condensed seemed too weak. Boom! There was another round of violent energy explosion. The explosive energy was like a fiery meteor that rapidly streaked across the atmosphere and was instantly destroyed. From the center of the explosion, there were tens of millions of gorgeous energy waves that spread out in all directions. It was very beautiful, but under that beauty, there was an endless amount of destructive energy. The violent energy only lasted for a dozen seconds before it was suppressed with the movement of energy compression. The gorgeous energy fireworks suddenly disappeared, and the traces of a large number of lives were revealed in that space. Even though they had survived such an attack, it was only the result of piling up numbers. The tender youth, the skinny old man, and the others bore the brunt of the attack. Even more than half of their clothes were destroyed, and there were bloody wounds on their bodies. The black ball had become much smaller, and gradually a blurry figure appeared. It looked like a large black cocoon, revealing a short 10 centimeters of feet and hands. Even at this critical moment, seeing the Lord of the Void Court like this, some people's bodies stiffened. They were all holding back their laughter. He made it? Not easy, but that was just a warning. It can't even be considered an official attack. Hui raised his eyebrows, slightly in surprise. He waved his hand, and thousands of energy towers were charged again. If it weren't for the fact that all of you are on the side of order, you would have already reported to the underworld. What I said just now still counts. Surrender to us, and let all of you see the truth of this world, or... He chuckled and did not say anything. He just shook his head, faintly. In the eyes of everyone, that gesture was not that simple. Everyone felt a chill run up their spines to their brains. Hurry up and do it. Don't let them launch a second attack. The leader of Void Court didn't care about how funny he looked right now. He waved his hand, and a ball of extremely condensed void energy shot out of the void territory. It condensed into a ball of condensed void energy that was tens of thousands of feet long. Everyone, give me a hand. Disturbed by the colorless light in the void, everyone quickly came back to their senses. Immediately, a large number of powerful people leaped into the air. All kinds of strange energies and moves, which Hui and the others had never seen before, were displayed in front of their eyes at this moment. The storm of tribulation, clouds became even more violent under the mighty attack that covered the sky. Hui and the others could not help but praise when they saw the dense energy that was like a sea that covered the sky. In the face of such a terrifying battle, Hui and the others were not in a hurry. They just let the energy light that the star corona barrier gathered a little stronger. The energy towers were still gathering energy at a moderate pace. Even the energy in the tribulation clouds was absorbed by their energy towers. A wave of condensed energy rippled in the space and spread out. Just the aftermath of the condensed energy caused the space to shake and split into a few thousand miles long spatial abyss. Seeing that the enemy was not in a hurry, the Lord of the Void Court was furious. However, in addition to being violent, he also felt a little strange. Especially when he caught a glimpse of Huey's smile. That strange feeling climbed to the peak. However, at this moment, all the powerful people attacked together and displayed their special skills. There was also someone who plundered the energy in the tribulation clouds and smashed it into the mass of void energy. At this moment, the special energy that came from the realm of the gods made the mass of void energy extremely terrifying. Even the Lord of the Void could not control it. Bastard! I don't care anymore. Go to hell! The black ball roared angrily. The mass of void energy exploded with a void impact under its release. Then, the back half of the mass of energy opened into a whirlpool that covered the sky and the sun. The mass of energy condensed from the attacks of hundreds of billions of lives and turned into a huge cannonball that shot forward. The energy that came from hundreds of thousands of worlds tumbled inside, repelling and fusing with each other, creating an even more violent and crazy energy. Through the surface of the void, one could see the colorful, surging energy. It was like a restless star. Just the power that it revealed caused a huge crack in the space it passed through. Even the people who launched the attack had never seen such a movement in their lives. Under the expectant gazes of countless people, the mass of void cannonball charged toward the star-crown barrier at a speed that was even slower than that of a celestial god. In a short 3 seconds, they could no longer see the people from the realm of the gods. They could only see the energy ball that was still roaring and plundering all the energy. If they wanted to see what was happening behind it, they could only desperately extend their senses. Then they saw that the mass of void cannonball had already stuck to the star-crown barrier. This made them almost cry out in shock. Then the space fell silent. The mass of void energy was still roaring and expanding, but nothing happened. It did not move forward even a centimeter. What's going on? The earth-shattering explosion that they expected did not appear. Everyone was stunned. As the main controller of the Void Divine Court, the master of the Void Divine Court was the first to be stunned. However, he was also the first to react. When he anxiously extended his senses, he was shocked to see that in the narrow gap between the mass of void energy and the terrifying and brilliant energy barrier, a translucent white arm had appeared out of nowhere. That arm easily stuck to the mass of void energy. Then the energy that contained the fury of billions of lives calmly stopped just like that. How lively! A smiling voice slowly rang out in the tribulation cloud tunnel. It was like the sound of nature, extremely pleasant to the ears, but it made all the lives that heard and sensed it shiver. They also saw what was happening in the gap at that moment. A person had appeared there at some point, based on the human race's aesthetic standards. She was beautiful enough to cause the downfall of a city. She was like a demon, but her strength felt like a monster. Bang! Her hand that was stuck to the mass of void energy gently squeezed. The madly expanding mass of void energy suddenly made a few sounds of energy colliding. Then, under the gazes of countless lives, a dark red light flashed out of the mass of void energy, wrapping around the entire mass of void energy. Then it crazily squeezed inwards. In a few breaths of time, the violently resisting mass of void energy was compressed to the size of a fist. It was wrapped in a dark red light, like a restless red and black eye. Crack! The slender hand squeezed lightly, and the mass of void energy that contained billions of lives was casually crushed like a glass ball. Shards flew out of her hand. There were tens of thousands of shards that continuously fell from her hand. Along with them, countless people's uneasy hearts fell. Chapter 1357. The crisp shattering sound did not only shatter the accumulated energy of billions of lives, but also the taut line of defense in the hearts of countless people. That simple and brutal scene seemed to be mocking them for overestimating themselves. Not to mention the others. Even the faces of the void overlords had turned green. They could not stop thinking, and the more they thought, the more confused their minds became. When it was to the extreme, they even thought that they were still in a dream. Right? A dream. This must be a dream. Everyone was dreaming. They must have been under too much pressure recently and had some unimportant dreams. As long as they woke up, everything would be fine. Lord Foam, you're back safe and sound. Unlike the deathly silence on the other side, when the figure appeared, many people from the realm of the gods could not help but cry out in surprise. Their faces were full of joy, as if they were telling the good news. Then they felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. Lord, who did not say anything and only had a gloomy expression, which made them very worried. Now that they saw their Lord Observer appear in front of them, safe and sound, there was nothing more exciting than this. When they heard the excited and surprised voices from the God Realm side, the morale of the people on the Void Court side fell to rock bottom. That person was in cahoots with the God Realm. Guardian, Observer, two divine roles in the realm of the gods. The Lord of Void Divine Court's gaze swept wildly between Hui and Yun Nuashing. In the end, he shuddered violently and stared the latter. The words that came out of his mouth almost made his heart stop beating. Infinitely close to the primeval realm. You're the observer of the realm of the gods. You know a lot about the realm of the gods. Are you a native of 0 Point World? Have you ever crossed paths with the realm of the gods? Yun Nuashing looked at the black sphere with a faint smile. A layer of void energy, strengthened by divine right, could not block his vision. He could clearly see the figure inside, and to his surprise it was not some old man, middle-aged man, or young man as he imagined. The one who hid inside the black sphere and spoke with a hollow voice that was neither male nor female was a pretty girl of 16 or 17 years old. Of course, age and appearance were all nonsense. She looked like a girl, but in reality she could be several eras old. I don't have much malice towards your arrival. Beings who come to the realm of the gods are always welcomed with open doors as long as they don't have the intention to cause trouble. Yun Nuashing spread his arms and took a few steps forward. He stared at the sea of people and laughed faintly. Unfortunately, my guests, you don't seem to think so. You don't have to be in a hurry to refute me. When something related to the world origin appears in your own world, you can't wait to protect it. Why would you let outsiders touch it? Don't you think so? Everyone's pale faces were now showing some embarrassment. They could not help but turn their heads away. No one dared to look him in the eyes because that was the truth. Who would allow outsiders to touch their own treasures? Unless it was an extremely special situation, such as rushing into someone else's world, no matter how much they said, could not escape the word greed. The void has always been a world where the strong prey on the weak. The winner takes all. It's not over yet. Whatever you say is useless. The Lord of Void Divine Court's hollow voice sounded as if he was gnashing his teeth. He roared angrily and gathered the energy of the void again. Everyone attack with me again. His roar fell in the tribulation cloud passage. This time, very few people responded. Only a few numbly raised their hands. Even among the people in the Void Divine Court, only 50% responded to his voice and began to gather energy. Don't be led away by his aura. He's not as strong as you think he is. Hurry up and attack. Just hold on a little longer, and the tribulation clouds here will dissipate. Our connection with the outside world is being restored. Once again, a loud shout rang in everyone's ears, causing everyone's expression to tremble. The might of the quadrillion lives appeared in their minds, and the battle intent that had already died was reignited. Many people shouted at the top of their lungs and began to use all of their energy. Those who were not good at long-range attacks even rushed towards Yunua planet with their weapons in their hands, wanting to engage in a close-range attack with reddened eyes. Seeing the overwhelming energy sweeping towards them, Hui was about to gather his army to defend when Yun Nuashing reached out her hand to stop him. Don't be anxious. Today's matter won't end so quickly. That crystal is still incubating. Until it's done, today's matter won't be considered over. Furthermore, that little girl is right. The tribulation clouds are about to dissipate. The space between the outside world and the outside world will soon reconnect. There's no time. Well, although we can't kill them for the sake of the entire Order faction, we're not the type to just take a beating and not fight back. It's not a problem to beat them half to death and not kill them. Hey, did you hear that? Although it's not a particularly good thing to kill all of you for the sake of the greater good and the bigger picture. I'm a person who hates trouble. So, I might beat all of you half to death. Are you mentally prepared? Yun Nuashing chuckled softly. Dark, red energy spread wildly outside her body. All the energy that she had prepared long ago was now listening to her summons. Gradually, a vast and boundless sea of formations appeared behind her. Layers upon layers, one after another, one after another. If one was far enough away, they would be able to see that the formation that occupied the entire passage of the tribulation clouds outlined a mysterious rune. With a mighty impact of energy, the so-called Allied army's attack was annihilated. Those who had just surged with battle intent turned pale once again. Their minds were on the verge of collapsing. Wow, it's this level again. I Ching's face twitched. He could not help but smile bitterly. The appearance of this vast and boundless formation was enough to cause an irreversible psychological and physical blow to the enemy. Under the cover of this formation that really covered the sky, he had almost forgotten about the power of the trillions of lives. Damn it! Seeing that her attack had been nullified once again, the Lord of the Void Holy Court roared angrily. The black sphere that wrapped around her body wriggled rapidly and disappeared. Her slender body appeared in everyone's sight for the first time. The beautiful face of hers was filled with uncontrollable anger. Her figure that had just been revealed disappeared once again. However, this time she was no longer hiding in the black sphere. Strands of black and purple energy began to appear from her legs. In the end, it enveloped her entire body. It was as if her entire body had been soaked in the energy of the void. The void is the origin of this world. It is the origin of all things. Her voice that had just returned to that of a normal woman's became hollow again. It became hoarse and murky. Her body that had been completely soaked in the energy of the void gradually melted under Yun Nuoxing's gaze. It turned into something that looked like a rhombus and an ellipsoid. The rhombus-shaped core was pointing at her from afar, an ancient and primordial energy that seemed to have come from the beginning of the world instantly spread out. Everyone could feel that the void that they had lost contact with was responding a little at this moment. It was as if the Lord of the Void's desperate stance had guided the void, causing the gap between this space and the void to become much thinner. This is the most primitive energy in this world. This is the energy that can create destruction and new life. This is the power that can create the future for the Void Holy Court. Damn it, let's fight it out with her. A ferocious look appeared on the faces of the immature youth, the skinny old man, and the others. They patted their chests and spat out blood, took things out, and changed their hand seals wildly. Seeing that the master of the Void Court and the woman were going all out, they also began to play with their lives. Even the loose cultivators were shouting and burning their lives and souls. They all put on a look of not stopping until they died. Even the corners of Green Lord's eyes twitched violently. This scene of hundreds of billions of lives playing with their lives was really shocking. It was as vast as the sea, carrying with it an endless aura of annihilation. It was as if a catastrophe had come from beyond the heavens. Even the tribulation cloud passageway was collapsing at an even faster rate under this combined power. The power that was as heavy as the void was like the sea of the void, carrying with it an endless amount of power that swept up everything in the world. The warriors of the celestial realm showed a serious expression on their faces as they secretly prepared to defend themselves. Once the observer could not hold on any longer, they would instantly step up to protect her. Hui raised his hand to block the overly bright light in front of his eyes. He inadvertently turned his head and saw that the magic array behind Yun Nuoxing had disappeared into the void. At the place where his hands were clasped, dark red energy was entangled with a mass of golden divine energy. In the center of the mass of energy, the dark red energy was entangled with a mass of golden divine energy. It spun rapidly in the center of the mass of energy, sketching out a red and golden yin and yang diagram. There were also several different colors of energy that carried the aura of origin that turned into chaotic energy particles. They condensed into a mass and condensed into thunderbolts that surrounded the two energies in the center. His low voice rang in his ears. Chaos, origin 0. Damn it. Full defense. Don't be affected by this lunatic's attack. This familiar scene made Hui so shocked that he almost bit off his tongue. With a loud cry, he took out the guardian's shield and stood in front of him. He shrouded the star corona barrier with a layer of gilded barrier made of divine energy. Seeing his exaggerated movements, everyone shuddered and quickly switched the attack mode of the energy tower to defense mode. Layers of energy barriers covered the cross-shaped starlight formation. The chaotic world of mortals is just like the chaotic illusions in your hearts. I am willing to turn into the red lotus karmic fire that cleanses all sins. I am willing to become the origin and tear apart everything that is false. At the end of this origin, all of you will turn into chaotic dust that fills the void. The beautiful mass of energy was only the size of a fist. When it floated out, it was not eye-catching at all. However, when it floated out, everyone felt that everything in this world had slowed down. The energy that had the power to destroy the world like the sea of void. The movements of countless people became abnormally slow. Even the person who created the mass of energy was so slow that he did not withdraw his hand. In this world, only the mass of golden red energy was floating forward at an abnormally fast speed compared to this almost still picture. When it reached the front of the sea of void, it slowly stopped and then suddenly bloomed. The still picture was released, and the Chaos Origin 0 point was also released in an instant. The dark red and golden light merged into a huge sun in an instant and then suddenly expanded. The star-like sphere burst out with a huge devouring force that made everyone feel despair. The energy that they tried their best to burst out was swallowed up by the expanding star the moment the still picture was released. Then they noticed that everything in the world disappeared. They could no longer feel the familiar aura of the void, the world, space, and energy. They could not feel anything at all. It was as if their consciousness had been banished into the land of nothingness and separated from their bodies forever. All the senses in this world were just illusions and illusions to them. Of course, space collapsed and so did the world. Logically speaking, a completely destroyed space would not show the sea of time, but the golden ocean appeared before them and was swallowed up by the star. The violent suction force was pulling everything in the world over. The mountains of tribulation, clouds that could not hold on any longer, were like mountains hanging beside an abyss. They could no longer withstand the pressure of gravity and collapsed. The thick clouds of tribulation clouds came down from all directions at an unimaginable speed and swallowed everyone. But this was just in passing, because the place they were really going was the center of the star, and the collapse just happened to cover the billions of unlucky souls. In fact, if not for the clouds of retribution, everything in the divine realm, including the millions of stars in the world where the divine realm was located, would have collapsed here. The chaos origin that had not been fully unleashed before was enough to block the endless death misspawn of the Yongdan realm. And this time, the Chaos Origin 0 that was unleashed at full power, along with the Origin Energy's Chaos Origin 0, was enough to devour the entire void. As long as the Yunhua star did not cancel its assault, the assault would continue until the 0 could not hold on and blew itself up. In the instant that the tribulation clouds were devoured by the 0 point and vanished, Yun Nuashing grabbed the 0 point with her right hand and flung it to the edge of the realm of the gods. In the instant that she did that, the strange, static effect appeared again. Only the 0 point was moving slowly, as if it existed on another timeline independent of all things in the world, and as it moved, all things in the world should give way to it. As a result, when the trillions of outsiders at the edge of the realm of the gods saw the tribulation clouds dissipate and were about to take a look inside in delight, a dark red star suddenly crashed into their eyes. That was the last thing they saw in their lives. All of a sudden, a devastating explosion erupted across the skies. The storm of destructive energy that erupted from the top of the realm of the gods was dark red, and carried with it an extremely balanced destroying energy that filled the vision of every living being in every corner of the realm of the gods. Almost a third of the unlucky outsiders took the brunt of the impact head-on, with even the high-tier Empyrean gods spitting out mouthfuls of blood and having their divine souls almost extinguished. That third of the living beings were almost completely annihilated. The heavenly, god-tier tourists who stood further away at the edge of the realm of the gods fared better, but they still took the shockwave head-on and were forcibly blown to the edge of the world. The entire starry sky shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Most of the starlight in the massive planetary system that surrounded the realm of the gods dimmed, as many of them were detonated by the shockwave, echoing one after another across the stars, a violent new energy explosion. This time, Yun Nuashing had deliberately shifted the second part of the explosion. If he had allowed it to explode right where it was, the violent explosion caused by the frenzied attacks of billions of living beings combined with his origin energy, there was no doubt that half of the realm of the gods would have been destroyed. However, even though he had shifted the point of the explosion to another location, the realm of the gods was still greatly impacted. After all, the shockwave of the energy explosion had already affected the other side of the starry sky. Using the observer's eye, he could see that there were at least 3,000 gigantic cracks on the ground, and that was the result of him deliberately directing most of the energy into outer space. That was why he hated fighting in his own territory, as it would tear the realm of the gods apart at any moment. Yun Nuashing sighed. As for that 1/3 of 1,000 trillion, that had nothing to do with him. If he had the time to care about those ill-intentioned outsiders, he might as well fix those 3,000 abyssal rifts. What the hell? This is too damn exciting! Hui, who had shrunk behind Yun Nuashing, trembled as he poked his head out from behind the guardian shield. When he saw that the space in front of him was cleaner than when the void was first created, he could not help but shudder a few times. Where are those people? Did you kill all of them? No, they all fled back to the main group the moment the thunderstorm disappeared. They are still hanging in the sky now. Yun Nuashing pointed at the edge of the realm of the gods. Aside from the heavenly gods who were not strong enough, there was also a group of people who were quite cautious, such as the group from the Void Court and the group from the Gold Age clan. At present, it seemed that those void giants had fled when the thunderstorm disappeared. As for the remaining scattered people, whether or not they could survive depended on their own luck. They are probably preparing now, so they did not run away immediately. Hey, I'm really curious. What did they see that made them so stubborn that they could not see the difference in combat power? Oh, speaking of which, Hui scratched his head and told him what happened when he was not around. Yun Nuashing understood what was going on after hearing it. It was not because of something that made him so stubborn, but because that declaration had stimulated others. Could they be thinking of taking out the realm of the gods while they still have allies? Yun Nuashing spread her hands and sighed softly. Well, no matter what they are thinking, they have been sent here today. I have no intention of letting them leave this place safely. Creation's barrier sealed this world. As an invisible will spread out at infinite speed, the huge creation's barrier once again enveloped the entire realm of the gods. After that, huge divine runes began to appear on the world barrier of this world. Countless traces of energy passed through the vast galaxy and connected with the creation's barrier, forming a great sealing formation. At this moment, the countless outsiders who were still in this world suddenly realized that their connection with the void had been cut off again, and they could no longer sense the presence of other places. It was as if they were trapped in a prison. The sudden feeling also flashed through the hearts of Hui and the others. Hui touched his chest and answered vaguely. Seeing that Yun Nuashing seemed to want to take advantage of the victory to pursue the attack, he hurriedly pulled him back. Feng, wait a moment. Look at that thing. Hui pointed at the sky, not far away. Yun Nuashing looked in that direction and saw something floating about 100 miles away. He could not help but be stunned. That area was definitely within the devouring range of the origin of chaos, 0 point. It was a miracle that there was still something left. When he saw what it was, he could not help but exclaim, Fairy record number 2, Holy Soul, Amethyst Fairy. I never thought that I would be able to see such a legendary item in my lifetime, and it actually appeared like this. His exclamation was the first to start, and the people of the realm of the gods could not help but whisper to each other. However, it was obvious that only an extremely small number of people had heard of this so-called holy soul, Amethyst Fairy, and they were now telling the others about it. Its status is equivalent to the origin beast that was indirectly created by the heavenly god of origin. It is a special law creation that was born when the realm of the gods evolved on its own. Everything about it is ominous. I don't know where it will appear or what form it will take. I only know that it exists, but it is also because of the observer's authority that I know about it. Yun Nuashing could not hide his amazement as he spoke. I never thought that the so-called secret artifact, the so-called legendary item, this thing's form is ominous. It seemed to have appeared a few times in the previous era, and the first time it appeared, it was in the form of a ball of fire. Therefore, there is also a saying in the fairy record that the legendary 3 fairies are actually 3 types of divine flames. Perhaps it is also related to the fact that the secret artifact uses divine flames as the key to open it. However, in reality, the Holy Soul, Amethyst Fairy, does not have a specific form. It can transform into any form. The fire element may be one of its normal forms, so when it appeared in that form, it was regarded as a divine flame. When Yun Nuashing said this, the amazement in his tone did not disappear. Even Hui could not help but sigh. There is actually something in this world that could make him feel amazed. The fairy record recorded a total of 3 legendary fairies. The second one is the Holy Soul, Amethyst Fairy. What about the first and third ones? We could not help but ask. The subtle difference between the 2 clergies caused a strange situation where he knew something that Maple did not know, and Maple knew something that he did not know. Of those 2, the third one has not yet appeared in the world, so there is no record of it in my knowledge. As for the first one, Yun Nuashing glanced at him and said softly, "The light of chaos, origin, has a subtle relationship with my element of extinction." Subtle? Hui frowned, but before he could ask in detail, the Holy Soul, Amethyst Fairy, that was floating not far away showed a crack with a crack. Everyone was shocked and quickly turned their gazes. The burning nebula in the center of the purple crystal was glowing with a golden light. It's coming out. The main body is coming out. Yun Nuashing could not help but swallow his saliva. He waved his hand and said to everyone, "Hui, come with me. Qing Jun and the rest of you stay here and strengthen the defense. Be careful of outsiders attacking or anything else. If anything happens to us, the realm of the gods will be in your hands to protect." Lord Maple. Qing Jun was so frightened that his face turned pale. I Ching and the others also cried out in alarm. When they saw the dignified expression on his face, they knew that this thing was not as simple as the creation of the realm of the gods. It might be some kind of disaster that contained an unusually powerful energy. That thing can't be left unattended. Well, that's all for now. Hui and I will be back soon. Yun Nuashing frowned slightly and smiled. He nodded at Hui, and the 2 disappeared together. When they appeared next to the crystal, everyone's heart, which had just been relieved, tightened again. Chapter 1359. The grand one-day tour of the divine realm had caused a huge commotion. Hundreds of worlds had been dragged into the void, and if they were to include those who were just watching from the start, the number would probably jump up a few more times. Even though things had gotten out of hand and ended up in a stalemate, that was not a big deal. That was because there was an even more serious matter at hand. If they did not handle it well, they might have to fight with the trillions of lives outside. Moreover, if they really did fight this time, there would be no mercy, and both sides would not rest until they were dead. They had never been afraid of the Yun Nua planet. Quadrillion lives and whatnot. In the past, they had destroyed at least 7 digits of worlds. Furthermore, in the past, they didn't have so many people around them. It was just him, Hui, and about 100 or so people. Although their numbers had slowly increased, the biggest movement was when they rescued the Middle Plane 1,000 years ago. After that, they gathered so many people around them. Oh, it was a little off topic. He mainly wanted to show that he wasn't afraid of those fellows outside at all. The origin of chaos, 0 point that he used with all his strength, unless he met someone who was a few levels stronger than his divine right and laws. No one would be able to make it collapse on its own. That would require the power of an incipient heaven god. Just that ball alone would be able to wipe out those fellows outside the divine world. However, this way, the power of the world of order would be weakened again, which went against their original intention. Righteousness and whatnot is not something that we can just talk about, but we have never forced anyone to sacrifice or die for the sake of righteousness. We have not reached such a situation yet. So, if those guys from beyond the sky attack us, we will just treat it as a normal invasion, after they understand everything. The current situation is just right. Those vanguards are scared by Maple's power. They are in a state of mental breakdown and mental exhaustion. At this time, a dose of strong medicine should be effective. I just hope that this dose of strong medicine will not be overshadowed by suppressed anger and inexplicably inflated self-confidence. If that is the case, well, let's be careful in case he is right. When Siyu woke up from the soul world of the little angel, she noticed that something was clearly wrong. After learning from Yun Nuashing and the other two about the current situation, she rolled her eyes and almost fainted. Yun Nuashing hurriedly hugged her. Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. He did not tell the little brat the exact numbers and plan. He only told her that there were many people watching the celestial realm, and there were many lives from different worlds. If they did not handle it well, it would cause a lot of panic. The little brat probably thought that it was only a few 100,000. Therefore, when she found out that even after killing 1/3 of the unlucky people, there were still trillions of lives left, she did not hesitate to faint like he did half an hour ago. On the celestial realm side, the two highest leaders were here. Even if they fought, it would not cause any panic. Even if they fought, they had a way to restrict all the movements to 2 places. One was the Kuin Yuan region, and the other was the starry sky. The Kuin Yuan region had already been arranged when the tribulation clouds erupted. Even if the place behind it collapsed, it would be better than tearing the celestial realm apart. As for the message, although we can directly project it into everyone's souls with our divine souls, there are many outsiders who are very hostile. If they resist, it will be troublesome. We can't guarantee that the message will be delivered completely. He scratched his chin. There are trillions of lives. Can we guarantee that all of them will receive the message completely? It won't be troublesome to just divide the area and use the projection crystal to transmit the message. In a situation where we can't use our divine souls to transmit the message, if we really do it one by one, we will die of exhaustion. The current situation is also not suitable to summon those leaders. Whether they will listen to you or not is a problem. If we say, "I summon you, come here," in this situation, won't you be attacked by a wave of fire? Everyone. Why did you say it in such a tone? I Ching laughed dryly. He rolled his eyes and said, I Ching is right, so it's better to tell them directly. Let's use the projection crystal and let the hunter team project the crystal to those outsiders. We'll talk about the rest later. If they ignore it, if they don't do anything. Oh, all right, let's not care about that. There will be those who leave peacefully and feel that there is no hope in the void and that their future is bleak, right? We can't force them, so let those who want to leave leave. When the time comes, we'll let them know the reality. If they want to stay, we'll fight them head on. Then let's kill them. As soon as Yun Nuashing said this, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by 100 degrees. Everyone could clearly feel the whistling snowflakes of the southern ice realm hitting their hearts. The cold air carried the smell of blood. Anyway, let's prepare the projection crystal first. I don't know how big the mother crystal would be if we were to talk about it to thousands of lives at the same time. Have you guys made such a big model before? We coughed softly. Everyone shook their heads. The fragments that were knocked out of the mother crystal could project the image that appeared on the other side of the mother crystal. Usually, they would make a wash basin-sized piece and then knock it a few times, or simply make a fist-sized piece and break it in half and put it in their house. Occasionally, they would chat with the people they cared about. However, it was far less useful than soul communication. The projection crystal was more often used between ordinary people and some individuals whose soul power was not very strong. People of their level would not use such an inconvenient thing. Sorry to trouble you. We knocked his head with a headache. To put it bluntly, the projection crystal was a means of communication used by the people. He suddenly knocked his palm. Oh, the hunter team will each prepare a projection crystal, and then we will talk in the soul. A double broadcast is fine. Yun Nuashing instantly understood what he meant. Her face twitched. Should we set up the venue or something? After all, this is a conversation for hundreds. Thousands of worlds. Everyone. Seems a little necessary. A row of black lines appeared on Yun Nuashing's forehead. She shook her head helplessly and sighed. Just as she was sighing, she heard the sound of the earth shaking. She turned around and saw a group of people who were overly active had already started working when the plan was approved. Furthermore, they were planning to use the local materials to build it. From the looks of it, they were planning to build a great hall, and they were already more than halfway done. Yun Nuashing covered her face and waved her hand to stop herself from looking at the image. Just as she was thinking about how to make Hui express their intentions in a simple and detailed manner, the great hall was already completed. Furthermore, a lot of precious materials were used to build it. Conservatively speaking, it was as if they had thrown in all the possessions of some unlucky Empyrean god of origin. The magnificent hall was luxurious, noble, grand, and magnificent. At first glance, it was as if they were going to summon all the beings of the void to discuss the survival of the void. Why do I feel like these guys chose the wrong talent? Yun Nuashing finally couldn't help but blurt out. Huey's cheeks twitched. By the way, I Ching, has there been any news from the hunter squad? Have the guests reacted in any way? Changing the topic, Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. As for the commotion, he had indeed heard some commotion. Or rather, he had heard it long ago. At the moment when the creation's barrier was holding up the world barrier, he could hear almost everything in this world. However, that would drive him crazy. Probably no one wanted to experience the experience of having several quadrillions of beings shouting into their ears at the same time. That was why he had only limited himself to the area around the realm of gods. However, a quadrillion was a quadrillion after all. When he heard the buzzing sound in his ears, he immediately wanted to blast those noisy idiots away. Sir, we've used Immolate to squeeze out 10 times the power, but we still can't open the world barrier. The space is also completely sealed. That wave of attacks has been reflected back at us. Space formations are ineffective. Void formations are ineffective. What the hell is going on in this godforsaken world? I just skipped work and came here to join in the fun. How did I get trapped here? There's no response to the realm of gods at all. It seems like the enemy doesn't want to talk to us. I'm afraid they want to trap us here until we die. Tell those noisy idiots to be quiet for this daddy. Do these damned mobs think they can break the seal of the realm of gods with their strength? Those were the voices that echoed in his ears. It seemed like someone was already attacking the world barrier and analyzing space and other things. Even if they really tore space apart, they wouldn't be able to borrow any void energy. Furthermore, there were no beings here that could break through the creation's barrier. In other words, even if they worked together, they might not be able to escape this world. Oh, he felt that the fourth sentence of the loud voice was quite to his liking. Phone, I've prepared my lines. Yun Nuashing raised his head and was surprised to find that he had been moved into the hall that had just been built. A group of people were really busy setting up the venue here. We walked over from the side and stuffed a crystal ball into his hand. There shouldn't be any problems. Take a look. Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "Don't worry. Take a look." Yun Nuashing took the crystal ball and gave it a cursory glance. There was also a recording of the fierce battle when they were assisting the Middle Realm. The battle that broke the void was very effective. There shouldn't be any problems. You don't have to show it to me. Just do as you see fit. Hui nodded with a smile and turned to leave. All right then. Just read it out loud. Wait. Yun Nuashing reached out his hand and stopped a certain guardian who was trying to slip away. His pretty face darkened. I might have been hallucinating just now, but it doesn't matter. I'll leave this glorious mission to you. After he finished speaking, he pressed the crystal ball into Huey's arms, turned around, and jumped away, but before he could jump away, Hui, who was being hunted by a fierce tiger, grabbed his waist and almost fell flat on his face. Yun Nuashing grabbed the floor that had just been set up and struggled desperately to escape. You, Guardian, it's your duty to show your face. Go up and study obediently. Lord Observer, the strongest person in the God realm, just showed his face and intimidated everyone. Now that things have gotten to this point, you still want to run away. Damn it. I just killed 1/3 of the outsiders. You want me to show my face just to attract their attention, right? I'm afraid that I'll be bombarded from the sky the moment I show my face. You want to intensify the conflict so that you have an excuse to kill those guys, right? I don't care. You go. I won't. You go. The people in the hall who were quickly decorating the venue saw the Guardian and Lord Observer rolling on the ground and wrestling with each other. Their jaws hit the ground and they all turned into statues on the spot. Come on, let's duel. Hui roared and threw Yun Nuashing back to the center of the hall. Energy surged out violently. Yun Nuashing had just stood up when she saw Hui rushing over aggressively. She was shocked and hurriedly reached out to block him. Wait a minute. You bully people, I've never. The words and the subconscious actions happened at the same time. Seeing that the two lords were about to fight, everyone hurriedly withdrew from the monument state and formed energy barriers. Their faces were covered in sweat, just as they closed their eyes and couldn't bear to see what would happen in the next second. The surging momentum of the two suddenly disappeared. The hall returned to calmness. Everyone opened their eyes with sweat on their faces and looked at the two people who were less than a meter away from each other. Then they looked at their gestures and couldn't help but vomit blood. The two of them waved their fists forcefully. Huey's 5 fingers were wide open, and Yun Nuashing's 5 fingers were clenched into fists. That posture was like 2 little kids playing rock, paper, scissors at the entrance of a village. But this couldn't be said. If they said it, they would be beaten to death. Yun Nuashing opened her eyes and saw Huey's victorious smile. She waved her 5 fingers in front of him and then looked at her fists. Her pretty face instantly turned red. It's not fair. I've never won. Everyone was shocked. They turned their heads and didn't say anything. After thinking for a second, they decided to bury themselves in work. If they looked at them again, they felt that they would be suffocated to death. They didn't expect that the two lords would have such a just cute side. It's over. They felt that if they continued to think about it, something would collapse. I Ching walked over with a stiff face and handed a crystal ball to Hui. Then he quickly walked to the side. After Hui read the information in the crystal ball, he grinned. Well, it's settled then. I just asked the hunter squad to take a look at the situation of the guests. It was a little beyond my expectations. I thought that they would really resist and attack the realm of the gods or something. Yun Nuashing looked at her fists gloomily. She sighed and put her hands back into her sleeves. So what's the result? There's no special attack against the realm of the gods. Some stubborn people hit the creation's barrier a few times, but the punishment form reflected 70 to 80% of the energy and almost killed themselves. The world barrier had a similar effect because it was taken over by the creation's barrier, but it wasn't as strong. Half of the people were encouraged to attack the world barrier and almost killed themselves. After that, there were only a few who tried to break it. There were also some who tried to analyze the space, some who wanted to get into the sea of time, some who meditated on the spot, some who went crazy. Hui tossed the crystal ball in his hand. Anyway, let's just leave those guys alone. Soon, those panicking fellows will cause some trouble in the sealed space. So, Foam, don't resist anymore. Hui smiled sinisterly and patted Foam on the shoulder. Lord Observer, you also need to stand in front of the stage. Yun Nuashing's face was twisted into a grimace. Huey's back was sweating, but in the end he still agreed. Okay. I'll go. Okay. It's done. Hui laughed sinisterly this time. He knew that if Yun Nuashing resisted to the end, he wouldn't be able to get her up there even if he wanted to. Plus, he would get a bump on his head. He didn't know what was going on this time. The guy who usually hated to show his face in public actually gave in. Hui laughed and clapped his hands. Lighting. Music. Let's get high. Yun Nuashing was so angry that she wanted to knock him awake. Anyway, by the time the two of them finished arguing, the Great Hall had already stopped being extremely busy. The decorations, he didn't know how to describe it. In any case, it looked a little too grand. We're going to tell them something, not to film a blockbuster. Why did I lose the emblem of the realm of the gods? The original emblem I lost didn't look like this, right? Can you tell me what you're planning to do with all these benches and chairs and the style of the Great Hall? Hey, don't worry about it. Just go and read your lines. We pushed him to the side. Go. Don't set up the scene in front of us. This is the first time the realm of the gods is officially talking to the void. If we don't make it grand, won't our reputation be tarnished? The realm of the gods is known for its ferocity in the outside world. That little angel. Take him to change his clothes and put on his makeup. Yun Nuashing was just about to protest when we pushed him to the side of the little angel. The little angel's soft laughter drew his attention. As soon as he raised his head, he was pulled to hide behind a screen that blocked his vision. Then, the little angel slowly took out a piece of clothing that left him a little regretful. Where did you get this? Yun Nuashing was stunned again. The long robe and long cloak that appeared in the little angel's hands were dyed in the familiar purplish-black color of the starry sky. There were gold and red patterns drawn on the robe and cloak. The patterns as a whole looked like the emblem of the realm of the gods. The edges were even dotted with the origin marks patterns. These clothes were AF * King replica of the clothes that Xian and the others made in the Qin family's residence. They just changed the color and logo a little. The little angel grabbed him and put the clothes on him as she said, "It's only been a few days. I think these clothes look pretty good." Yun Nuashing wanted to cry, but had no tears. They did look good, very gorgeous, and very well, but girl wearing these clothes made him look like he was about to get married. It didn't suit him at all. Right now, he was about to show his face and shock everyone, not announce that he was about to get married in the void. Why did he feel so tired today? After coming out of the barrier, that isolated space, the little angel pulled him in front of the mirror. Yun Nuashing looked at himself with black lines under his eyes. The robe that contained the mysterious colors of the starry sky flowed like water. The mark on the shoulder that represented the observer was engraved on the thin cloak. No matter what, the mysterious and symbolic emblem of the divine realm and the origin mark that could not be mistaken. There were also 2 colorless streamers that extended from the shoulders under the cloak. This set of clothes once again appeared neatly in front of his eyes, and there was something else added, so you walked over from the side with unconcealable amazement in her eyes. "Little Star is married." Yun Nuashing almost burst into tears. When everyone saw that the screen had disappeared, they also looked inside curiously. As a result, everyone's worldview almost collapsed into pieces. The man was first stunned. Then when he found out that Master Feng was a man, he wanted to poke his own eyes out. The woman's eyes were wide open, and her face was red. Jing Yuanji, who had a special affection for him, walked up to him directly. She wanted to dig out her eyeballs and stick them on him to record the scene. Then, under Huey's gaze, he walked to the innermost part of the hall and stood on the high platform. Hunter team, spread the crystals to every corner of the world. Make sure that every life form, even if it's an outsider, must be seen by it. Yes, God. The hunters who were hiding in the void at the edge of the celestial realm raised their longbows and projectile weapons in unison. One of them materialized a huge catapult with energy and filled it with shards of reflection crystal. As the countdown rang out, everyone threw the shards of reflection crystal into the reality realm. The hunter team in the realm of the gods also threw out the mirror crystal that they had prepared. In short, they tried to project it next to the marked life forms as much as possible. As for how many people would receive the message, no one knew. The tiny crystal shards were probably only the size of a finger, and the largest was no more than the length of a finger. They quietly scattered all over the marked areas in the realm of the gods and appeared next to the outsiders. Due to their small size and lack of presence, no one noticed them at all. It was only when the huge image appeared in the realm of the gods and appeared in the realm of the gods that they were noticed. At that moment, the entire realm of the gods fell silent for a moment. The life forms that were madly attacking the realm of the gods and running around in panic all stopped. As for those who did not see it immediately, they felt that something was wrong the moment they sensed the silence in the realm of the gods. Most of them ran towards the realm of the gods. Because of this chain reaction, 90% of the life forms should have seen the image that traversed the realm of the gods. They also saw the realm of the gods in the realm of the gods. They also saw the majestic realm of the gods and the majestic realm of the gods. In the middle of the realm of the gods stood a young lady in a formal dress. She looked as if she was about to get married. I am very happy to be able to gather with all of you in the realm of the gods. I am Fengling, the observer of the realm of the gods. In your realm of the gods, I may be called the guardian, enforcer, realm master, or some other titles. But that is not important. Now I will show you the hidden truth of this realm, the other side of this realm of the gods that you do not know. Chapter 1360. He recited the script that he had prepared beforehand. When he recited the script, he also released the battle memories that might add up to 10 minutes long, but actually spanning over 1,000 years. He also mentioned the distorted creations at the edge of the lower plane, and even more, so that these fellows who lived deep in the upper plane and didn't know about the calamities of the middle and lower planes would have a preliminary or in-depth understanding of the situation. After he finished reciting these things, Yun Nuashing let out a light breath. He looked around and could only see the crowd in the hall. He couldn't see the situation in the starry sky. He thought for a moment and added, "We don't have absolute malice towards your arrival. Be it hostility or war, it's all because of your arrival. It's a necessary means to achieve a certain goal. Just like now, at least there's a false period of peace where we can say a few words." The group of outsiders couldn't help but curse in their hearts. There was no malice, no enmity, and he had arranged them so well that their brains were bleeding. Damn it, he had just wiped out 1/3 of them. But then again, if it wasn't for his thunderous suppression, they might have already started fighting in the celestial realm and turned the place into a pot of porridge. Under such circumstances, who would listen to the so-called observer of the celestial realm? To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat them and was still trapped here, he would have already caused a huge ruckus. The many outsiders in the stars looked at each other, some curling their lips in disdain, but all of them had their own thoughts. It would be a lie to say that they were not shocked by the images just now. Half of them knew about that thing, but that was all they knew. They only knew about it when they came to this zero-point world to gather information. And they also knew that it was now standing in the middle plane like a void wall cutting the plane in half. There was a force belonging to the Order faction guarding the front lines, and there were intelligence agents there as well. As for the other half, they did not know about it at all, and just as Yun Nuashing and the others had guessed, there were still many beings in this zero-point world who were unaware of the existence of the abyssal death shroud. That's all I have to say. There's no point in talking any further. We will be opening the gates to the realm of the gods in 3 days. At that time, if you have anything to say, if you want to complain, if you want to understand, or if you want to fight again. Yun Nuashing's lips curled into a slightly evil smile. Then, I look forward to meeting you again in 3 days. The colossal image that stretched across the stars slowly faded, but before it vanished, a sentence was faintly heard before the image could vanish. It's fine as long as a few words can solve everything in the world. So, prepare what you need to prepare. If there are any troublemakers in 3 days, sink them into the void and grind their bones to dust. Identify those who have the potential to become a force that stands in the way of the Order faction, and destroy all the worlds behind them. It doesn't matter if there are 1 or 2,000 more worlds destroyed. The image vanished completely, and all things returned to silence even before that sentence was finished. Amidst the silence, a bone-chilling coldness crept into the hearts of the heavenly gods and the Emperine god of origin, so much so that they felt a little nauseous. It seems that in these 3 days, we really should be quiet and think things through. At first, he said that he meant no harm, but then he said that he would grind their bones to dust. That was practically hell with a single thought, and there was no heaven. As long as they stood on the wrong side, there might not be a single world left behind after 2 or 3 days. That was a demon, and his tone was serious. He would not care even if someone unrelated to him died in the flames. The Void Court and the Desolate Demon Court's teams had gathered together in a rare occasion without causing much commotion. More than a dozen Void Giants had gathered together, and their teams were lined up neatly in the void like a wall of stars. At that moment, the leaders of the Giants were conversing across the stars. Master of the Void Court, what do you think of what the observer from the realm of God said? The thin old man turned his gaze to the tall, slender woman who had been knocked out of her void state. Everyone looked at her as well. As far as they knew, in this region of the void, excluding the realm of gods, this woman's void court was the strongest. She was also slightly stronger than them. If even she submitted to them, they would have no other choice. The tall woman's pretty face was as cold as ice. She glanced at everyone, then lowered her gaze and clenched her fists tightly. Why are you asking me? Your plans are your own business. They have nothing to do with me. After saying that, her consciousness quietly faded away, leaving only the others looking at each other. The thin old man looked outside and couldn't help but shake his head. The young ladies these days were more stubborn and cold than the last. Even though they spoke so coldly, they still didn't make the team leave the formation. Forget it, forget it. There's nothing to say. There's no point in playing riddles here. If you have time to think about other things, why don't you think about how we're going to face those from the realm of gods in 3 days? If they really want us outsiders to die, it'll only take them a little time. The thin old man sighed and stood up. He shook his head and walked into the darkness. I'm old. The biggest mistake I've made in my life was following the waves to the realm of gods to watch the show. I've been slick my whole life, but now I've finally thrown myself in. The others looked at each other, then looked in the direction the two had left. They shook their heads helplessly and said their goodbyes before returning to their own teams. Their minds were filled with more and more chaotic thoughts. However, before they could settle those thoughts, they still had to adjust their physical condition. If they waited for 3 days with this broken body, then there was really no hope. Even if they couldn't recover to their peak state, they could at least recover most of it. In such a dangerous place, it was always good to have more strength. It was also because of this that these void giants had all gathered together. The faction of order. Who would have thought that they would consider such a trivial matter from the big picture? Then I'll leave the reception of the guests 3 days later to you all. In the great hall, Yun Nuashing stretched and walked down from the high platform. She grinned fiercely at Hui, who was slowly walking towards her. Do you believe that I'll bite you to death if you ask me to take your place one more time? Hui. I just wanted to say, cough. Phone, you're really evil. You deliberately delayed the image by 5 seconds so that those words would accidentally spread. Yun Nuashing waved his hand dismissively. Only a fool would think that it was an accident. If they couldn't see through it, they would have lived for nothing for the past few eras. It was just a necessary threat and warning. The big picture, the big picture. Do you know that I hate the word big picture the most? That's why I don't intend to act according to the most foolish way of doing everything for the big picture. Either I preserve what I know of the realm of the gods before thinking about the big picture, or I break up and bury the entire void. Either way, I can't avoid the word destroy. What? You don't want to do anything and sacrifice anything, and you want to welcome a happy ending. It's just death. At most, we'll die together. Let's see who comes back to dig their graves first. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. That was really the domineering speech of the observer that they were familiar with. Lord Feng, the stars have quieted down. I Ching, who had been paying attention to the starry sky, suddenly said, It's like all the outsiders suddenly lost their strength. They stopped struggling all of a sudden. I can see many signs of life gathering together. I can also hear a lot of discussion. Do you want to listen? There's no need for that. We can more or less guess what they're talking about. There's no need to pay attention to that. During our absence, there were no uninvited guests, right? Yun Nuashing shook her head and changed the topic. No, those guys didn't move. Green shook his head. Seeing him frown, he was also puzzled. Those bastards should be paying attention to the realm of the gods. How could there be no movement in such a big mess? Could it be that they judged that we wouldn't reveal any flaws because of this level of chaos, so they didn't come over? I Ching said. Hearing that, we pondered for a while. After thinking for a long time, he realized that his mind was blank. He could only smile awkwardly and look at Yun Nuashing. Seeing that, the latter shook her head, helplessly. I think that the distorted race didn't appear because they were afraid of being focused on, so they urged these outsiders to join forces with us. I've heard before that they are like a plague in the void. Maybe those guys in the void court have also fought with the distorted race. I Ching's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands at Yun Nuashing. I'll go and investigate. There's no need. He's gone. Just as Yun Nuashing was about to say that there was no need, I Ching had already rushed out with a flash of light. His speed was so fast that even Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He could not help but smile bitterly. All right, he's really fast. Forget it. Let I Ching go and investigate. But even if they really have something to do with the distorted race, forget it. I'm too lazy to pay attention to it. It's not like I'm relying on myself to deal with those bugs. We'll have to work hard for the next 3 days. We still have to be vigilant in these 3 days. After all, there are a lot of uninvited guests in the courtyard. I'm worried that if we're not careful, they'll cause some strange trouble in this world. When that happens, we'll have to clean up the mess. Yun Nuashing yawned. Let's take turns monitoring the situation. I'm going to rest for a while. Why are all of you looking at me like that? Halfway through his sentence, he opened one eye and saw everyone staring at his face with horrified eyes. Above him, they even took a few steps back slightly, made hand gestures, gathered energy, and vigilantly looked as if they were ready to die. Hui was also stunned. After he reacted, he waved at everyone and said, Let's go, let's go. This little guy has become Maple's pillow. Don't worry about him. Everyone gasped in shock and looked at Yun Nuashing with admiration. They cupped their hands and slipped out of the hall. After everyone left, Yun Nuashing raised her head and touched her head. She touched her head and looked at Yun Nuashing with admiration. After everyone had slipped away, Yun Nuashing raised his hand to touch his head. As expected, He touched a ball of something and lifted it off his head without using any strength. It was the Holy Soul immortal purple crystal. It had disappeared for a long time, and they did not react. Now that they saw it again, it appeared here as if it was natural, and it looked like it was full and did not want to move at all. God knows where it had run to just now. I just realized that this little guy seemed to have disappeared. Strange, I didn't pay attention to it just now. Now that I look through my memory, I realize that it slipped out right under my nose. We scratched his head. I'm not surprised at all. Even I can't do anything about little purple soul's talent. It comes and goes like a ghost. Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly. Little purple soul? He was slightly stunned. It took him a while to react. Oh, you've even named it. Are you really going to keep it? Do you think I'll just leave it aside? Yun Nuashing sighed in exasperation. He hugged the little purple soul that had yet to transform, as if he was hugging little Huan. However, the feeling was a little different. The little purple soul that had yet to transform was a soft ball. He had to be very careful when hugging it, as if he was hugging little Huan. It was different when hugging little Huan. That little fellow that was as fat as a ball could squeeze it with just a little force. Oh, it was very soft to sleep on as a pillow. Coming back to her senses, Yun Nuashing lowered her head and looked at the oval-shaped ball of soft mud in her hands. She could not help but say, "You'll be called Little Purple Soul. You'll live with us from now on." The Holy Soul, a amethyst fairy, seemed to raise its head. He could feel that there was a gaze coming from the soft mud and looking at him. After a while it rolled around in his hand, as if it had agreed to it. Yun Nuashing could not help but sigh. The name had been tacitly acknowledged. This history, this time after dozens of eras, had formed a circle. Everything had come to the beginning of time, the time when he and the little purple soul had met. Life is really a play. It's a play that plays out over and over again. The little angel stood not far behind the two of them. She could not help but let out a long sigh when she saw this scene. Hearing this, Siyu looked at her curiously. She thought for a while and went to Yun Nuashing's side. 3 days was not a long time. It would pass in a blink of an eye, probably because there was an extremely terrifying threat hanging around them. The outsiders all over the starry sky had not rested well for the past 3 days. They were worried that they would be stabbed in the back when they rested. Many people had such thoughts. Many people just sat there and waited for the 3 days to pass. To them, the 3 days were as long as simmering soup over a slow fire. More importantly, they were the ones being simmering, so the wait was extremely long. By the time the sun and moon of the Pantheon world had finished their 3 rounds of dance, many experts were already paying close attention to the situation in the Pantheon world. It was currently the 3rd day, and the Pantheon world was once again completely surrounded. However, unlike the previous time, there were not many people with obvious hostility. Most of them had dark circles under their eyes and looked tired as they waited for the Pantheon world's gate to open. In the distance, a powerful team came. Everyone turned around and saw that it was the Void God Court and the other Void Gods. For the first time, they were walking together. It doesn't look like they came with the intention to fight. Even the Void God Court and the others have to bow under the pressure of the Celestial Realm. No wonder the Celestial Realm is called the #1 major world. The crowd only glanced at them, sighed and made way. Their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. Many people had fantasized about going to the Celestial Realm to fight, but they did not expect to come here at this time. They also did not expect to encounter such a situation at this time. The Void God Court and the other Void Gods teams came to a stop after a certain distance. 5 or 6 people walked out from their teams. The leader of the team was their leader, who had come in person. He did not bring too much so-called battle strength, but he did not lose his seriousness. Moreover, the leader did not hide in the black sphere this time. He faced the world with his true appearance, which showed that he was sincere if he was sincere. When the moonlight completely faded away from the Pantheon world, a barrier suddenly appeared in the originally transparent region of the Pantheon world. It was surging with an unimaginable amount of energy. When the barrier that enveloped the entire Pantheon world appeared in its complete form before everyone's eyes, everyone grimaced and sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they had attacked it before and seen the barrier, they did not recognize how big it was at all. Now that they saw its true form and felt the unimaginable amount of energy contained in the barrier, they almost fainted. They kept asking themselves what kind of monster they had provoked these past few days. Not long after the creation's barrier appeared, it began to ripple like water. In just a moment, it completely disappeared into space and dissipated into pure energy. The realm of the gods had been opened, but the minds of the people standing in the sky were still stuck in the previous scene. It was not until a voice rang in their ears that they came back to their senses with a shudder. Everyone, the celestial realm has opened. If you want to come for a chat, please come to the place 3 days ago. If you want to tour the celestial realm, feel free to do so as well. However, I must remind you that after you enter the celestial realm, you will be in our alert range. If you have any ill intentions and are injured by the rules of the celestial realm, we will not be responsible. Now, please. Everyone's cheeks twitched violently. Punishment that covered the rules of the entire world? This method was too exaggerated. Buzz. While they were still hesitating, the Lord of Void Court had already taken the lead and descended into the celestial realm. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the others hurriedly followed and surged into the celestial realm. Originally, they thought that only some people could enter. So many people did not plan to tour the celestial realm. Now that they heard that they could enter but could not cause trouble, they all descended into the celestial realm. It was as if it was raining outside the sky. Even so, 80% of the people remained in the starry sky for various reasons. Unlike 3 days ago, when they had come to the divine realm with a strong purpose in mind, this time, many of them entered the divine realm with either a more relaxed or more serious attitude. Without exception, they all sensed the aura of a law that was several times or even several dozen times stronger than the aura of their own world. It was as if some kind of restriction had been activated. They definitely did not sense this aura 3 days ago. Quite a few people suddenly paused in the air and subconsciously pressed their chests. Even these origin realm beings felt a yearning that they had not felt in a very long time. A few thoughts immediately popped up in their heads, and some of them even drifted very, very far away. The Lord of Void Court and the others directly arrived at the Tribulation Cloud mountain range that they had been to a few days ago. When they saw that there was a palace here, they were all stunned. They all landed in front of the palace and looked around for a moment. Just as they were about to walk forward, the door of the palace opened from the inside. Everyone took a deep breath and looked at the door nervously. Then they were stunned. They did not know when, but a figure had appeared in front of the door. It was as if he had been there from the beginning. It was just that they had never noticed him. They had seen him before. That day he had been standing beside another white-robed enforcer. "Everyone, please." Lady Green gestured for everyone to enter. Then she turned around. Her robes fluttered as she walked into the palace first. Everyone hesitated for a second or two and looked at each other. The Lord of Void Court had already led his people into the palace first. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. This woman was extremely cold and decisive. She left as soon as she said she would, without any hesitation at all. However, there was indeed no need for any hesitation. With her strength, killing them was as easy as lifting a hand. She could have killed them 3 days ago. There was no need for her to wait until now. This palace had been moved into another infinitely large space within 3 days. At this moment, everyone followed Lady Green's footsteps. What they saw was not a hall filled with murderous people. Instead, it was a square. Horizontally and vertically, there was a golden pillar erected on the square every 100 meters. Several quarter-ring-shaped objects rose from both sides of the square and converged towards the center. This square was a replica of the square that Yun Nuashing saw in the origin world. He did not dare to make an identical one, for fear of causing trouble. At this moment, these 100-meter-tall pillars were filled with people. However, they did not look down. The stones under the feet of the Lord of Void Court and the others suddenly loosened and turned into a stone platform that lifted them into the air. On the highest ring in the center of the square, the guardian of the gods' world, Hui, sat there cross-legged, quietly watching them come before him. "Hello, outsiders." Hui waited for them to stand firmly on the stone platform before slowly opening his mouth. "I won't say the common words. Fengling is busy with other things at the moment, so I am here to receive all of you. Please forgive me. In order to avoid the trivial matters of the meeting, let's make everything clear once and for all. About what you saw that day, about the void, about the battle in the future, and also about the Order faction. All of these trivial matters are gathered together to form a single sentence that is a matter that concerns our lives. So, let's put aside those unnecessary schemes. Until this very moment, we have never met each other before, so there's no need for us to talk about any schemes." Chapter 1363. If that's the case, there's no need for me to repeat my reason for coming here, is there? It's the same reason why all of you are kneeling here. Oh, that's right. All of you are walking on a tightrope in the dark as well. You should have come into contact with the dark side of the realm of the gods. Then, I wonder if you guys think that this appearance would be more familiar? The sealed House of Blaze was completely isolated from the outside world. Yun Nuashing slowly walked among the 167 people kneeling on the ground. A layer of white light surged over his body and slowly dyed his clothes a snowy white. Almost all color had been lost, and the dazzling white light on his body could tear apart the darkness of the night. Even a different reason would suffice, wouldn't it? In fact, I don't need any reason to do anything to all of you, anything. The gray-robed man was drenched in cold sweat, which poured down like a waterfall and left a puddle on the ground. He was scared out of his wits. He knew about the nature of the dark side of the House of Blaze. Even though he was unwilling to come into contact with it, he couldn't persuade his eldest brother, second brother, and fourth brother. Their methods were too cruel to him, and Feng Qinghuang was just one example, a living example. Rebirth, Realm Prohibition, number 22. High-level life forms, such as Rebirth Realm, are forbidden from killing or hunting low-level life forms for no reason. Rebirth Realm Prohibition, number 23. High-level life forms, such as Rebirth Realm, are forbidden from using any extreme means to control or bind low-level life forms. Of course, there's more, but I'm too lazy to read it, and there are many loopholes. For example, these prohibitions are only effective in the realm of the gods. For example, if they are discovered by us. That's right, it's fine if they aren't discovered by us. But if they are discovered, you know the consequences. The Blaze Feather Clan is a great clan that coexists in both alchemy and alchemy. It has existed for more than an epoch, and in the records we found, you captured no less than 60,000 inferior life forms under the orders of the three gods. You used them to refine medicine, test medicine, and refine them into medicine slaves. 43,000 of them died in the process, and the rest were used up while you were researching certain taboos, causing 166 damage to the laws within 150 million kilometers. The 26 prohibitions against Rebirth Realm experts were basically meant to protect those who had yet to reach the Rebirth Realm. After all, they had grown up step by step since they were weak. If the Rebirth Realm experts of the entire God Realm were allowed to do whatever they wanted, the world would have long since fallen into chaos. Furthermore, these were only superficial restrictions. For example, the 22nd prohibition did not prohibit mass slaughter, but if there were other reasons, such as someone who had broken into the Rebirth Realm and wanted to take revenge on some fellows, such as exterminating an entire clan or something, it was not prohibited. To put it bluntly, it was just a reason and a motive. However, the judgment here was not made by the person involved, but by the executors after they understood everything that was involved. As for the so-called prohibitions, they referred to formations, talismans, alchemy, and alchemy that required one's life and certain items to operate. In other words, they were considered evil by the world. However, in the eyes of Yun Nuashing and the others, the reason why they were considered prohibitions was because those people could not understand and properly use these extremely unorthodox and twisted things. They had no choice but to use extreme means to use them. This was because even if Yun Nuashing and the others wanted to use these things, they would still need to prepare in advance. However, they would not use their life and touch the prohibitions like Yun Nuashing and the others. They had plenty of ways to turn these unorthodox things into things that could be used normally. Throwing out these so-called reasons was just like the gray-robed man had said, to let them know what was going on. So, there's so many things in this world. It's impossible for me to manage all of them. Regardless of the slaughter you've caused and the sins you've committed, I have not taken the initiative to investigate and deal with them. It's just that you've run into the muzzle of my gun. The cause of everything you've done in the past has become the fact today. You found yourselves. Yun Nuashing walked in front of the blaze, Feather Family's progenitor, and crouched down to look at him. He watched as the progenitor's eyes widened in fear as he stared at where Yun Nuashing was. Yun Nuashing gently reached out and smashed the progenitor's head into the ground. Anyway, that's what happened. You should be glad that you didn't participate in this. Of all the things I know, if any of them were related to you, there would be another 167 people added to the list, or 4 or 5, or even several dozen people added to the list. Yun Nuashing turned around with a smile that was like a flower and looked at the gray-robed, middle-aged man. There's no point in arguing about it. But according to what I know, other than the eldest, second, and fourth, there are some who participated in it. But there should be a portion of people here who are not involved, right? The gray-robed man trembled as he looked at the god's feet. He did not dare to raise his head. Yes, that's right. There are only 127 people who violated those prohibitions. So, what's going on with the remaining 40 people? Yun Nuashing waved her hand and threw out a white light that landed on the 127 people. It turned into a white light that enveloped them into a ball. Then, with a slight sway, she disappeared from where she was and teleported to where they should be. As for the remaining 40 people in the plaza, Yun Nuashing's observer form gradually faded away. The white light disappeared as well. So far, this is what I have to do as the enforcer. Yun Nuashing twisted her neck. What happened next is indeed related to you. Feng Qing Huang, that little girl. Do you remember her? Not only the 40 people who were lying on the ground and had stopped the cycle of death, but everyone else who was gathered here was startled. Their expressions changed drastically. I have been looking for her for a long time. Epoch after epoch, I've been waiting for a long time. Then, one day, I finally saw her. But what I saw was a devastated look on her face. Yun Nuashing's smile became even brighter. I've just given all of you an explanation. Now, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Forget it. You don't have to say anything. I already know those things. So I'll tell you. You should be glad that you didn't participate in it. Yun Nuashing looked at the gray-robed, middle-aged man and said softly. The gray-robed, middle-aged man swallowed. So, whether it was the judgment or something else, this was actually his true purpose for coming here. He told them everything without hiding anything. He just wanted them to know. He was just venting his anger on them. So, I'm taking these 40 people with me. Yun Nuashing's voice suddenly became calm and even a little cold. The gray-robed, middle-aged man sucked in a cold breath and showed a troubled expression. Because you're still a member of the blazing Feather family. So you don't want to give up. I can understand your thoughts. After all, there are 2 or 3 people who are slightly related to you. Yun Nuashing spread her hands and smiled faintly. Everyone wants to protect the people they cherish, and I'm no exception. However, I've already said that I have nothing to do with the enforcer now. I'm just a person who can't stand seeing her get hurt and came to cause trouble. None of these 167 people are innocent. Within the range of the rebirth state's prohibition, I can implicate another 100 or so people. After all, to people like you who knew about this series of events but still silently agreed to it, I have the right to bargain whether I'm an ordinary rebirth state expert or an enforcer. Do you understand? If you want to continue to cover up something and bargain with me, you'd better be mentally prepared. Think about the price you have to pay for moving your mouth. Yun Nuashing said coldly. Seeing that everyone was silent and embarrassed, she snorted coldly. I won't order the execution of these 40 people directly, nor will I send them to the nightmare boundary. However, according to my personal punishment standards, it won't be a good place either. Whether they can come back alive will depend on their luck. The gray-robed, middle-aged man smiled bitterly. He gritted his teeth and nodded with difficulty. He raised his trembling hand and bowed solemnly to Yun Nuashing. Thank you, God, for your mercy. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and waved her hand. The remaining 40 people were also sent into the space. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go. It's time to pack up." The people of Clear Cloud Palace nodded and opened a portal. They walked in one by one and left this place. Yun Nuashing walked at the back. When she was about to enter the portal, she suddenly turned around and cupped her hands at the gray-robed, middle-aged man with a smile. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the god who suddenly bowed in horror. The gray-robed man was so scared that he felt a chill down his spine. Thank you for taking care of Feng Qing Huang all these years. The teleportation door quietly disappeared, but the last sentence was still lingering in the hearts of the people of the Blaze Feather family. Everyone felt confused and confused. The gray-robed, middle-aged man thought carefully about the reason behind this and smiled bitterly. So, in the end, it was because his merits offset his demerits that he gave up on the extra part. If all of them were villains, the Blaze Feather family would probably have been destroyed after a single judgment. He did not know if he should rejoice or feel regretful about this. In the early morning, the weak sunlight was caught by the dew in the air and fixed in the space. The light scattered on a small green lake and the pavilion. It went through the window of the bamboo mat and into the pavilion. The light fell on the bamboo mat of the pavilion and filled the dark space with warm light. Feng Qing Huang was stimulated by the light reflected by the light. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her eyes rolled up. She looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. Unexpectedly, she felt energized. She had been used to being awakened by the mental shackles every morning before the sun rose. Then, she would go to the medicine test, like a zombie. Today, she was awakened by the sunlight. Did that guy forget about it? Or was it something else? Although she was still in a daze, her mind was active. Out of some unrealistic fantasy, she reached out her trembling hand to the back of her head and touched it gently. No, it doesn't hurt. The expected pain didn't come. Feng Qing Huang was stunned for a while. She slowly stood up from the bench and pinched her own face. Ouch, it hurts. I am not dreaming. The mental shackles disappeared. That means that person died? Feng Qing Huang knew that the other party wouldn't let her go easily. The only explanation she could think of was that the ancestor of the Blaze Feather family had died. Only when he died would the mental shackles disappear. If someone broke the shackles, her mind would be affected and she would definitely wake up. However, she didn't have such a memory. Last night, she didn't wake up. It was the first time she slept so deeply. In the past, she would wake up in the middle of the night because of nightmares. Something is wrong. What happened to the Blaze Feather family? Feng Qing Huang quickly pushed the bamboo mat away and jumped out. She didn't even bother to greet the old man in the garden. She rushed to the Blaze Feather family in the south of the city. She wasn't worried about the safety of the Blaze Feather family. However, she was too concerned about the current situation. She had to confirm it. Moreover, Even if it was an illusion, she would only be tortured for being late. But if it was real, Feng Qinghuang was silent for a long time. She didn't come back to her senses until she had reached the south of the city. She saw the magnificent blaze, feather family. She hadn't figured out what she would do after the mental shackles disappeared. However, she could think about it slowly. She wasn't in a hurry. At the moment, Feng Qinghuang was stunned. She stopped in midair and looked at the magnificent blaze, feather family. Although the huge mansion had been cleaned up, there were obvious traces of damage. There were charred marks. Also, only half of the most magnificent building was left. That half seemed to be newly built. In other words, the building had been destroyed once. It seemed that the Blaze feather family was attacked when she wasn't there last night. She landed in the Blaze feather family in a daze. The front door and the front yard didn't show any signs of damage. It was the same for the courtyard and other places. There were only faint traces of damage. The enemy was a powerful warrior who went straight for the root of the problem. They probably succeeded in breaking into the Blaze feather family. Otherwise, why would the courtyard and other places be damaged? You are here. A voice rang out beside her, causing Feng Qinghuang to tremble. She hurriedly turned around and saw a middle-aged man in gray robes silently appearing beside her. His eyes were staring at her with a complicated expression on his face. Feng Qinghuang didn't expect the third brother of the Blaze feather family to come out. She thought for a while and cupped her hands. Greetings, Third Master. From what she could remember, the third-ranked god of the Blaze feather family had left quite a good impression on her. He had taken care of her when she was young, and there were people from his faction as well. However, he had lived in seclusion, and her impression of him had gradually faded. This was probably the first time they had met again after a few decades. The middle-aged man in gray robe looked at her and sighed. He waved his hand and said, "The Blaze feather family didn't leave you a good impression. The eldest brother and the others have been killed. There is nothing for you to miss in this shabby place. Now that you have reached the realm of Divine Master, you can be independent. Go, leave this place and don't come back. Forget about this place." Feng Qinghuang's expression changed. Her hands were trembling because of shock and disbelief. Bound? He shook his head and walked forward. From his sleeve, he took out a luxurious box. He looked down and stuffed it into Feng Qinghuang's hand. "My child, it's over. Although I am not in a position to say this, you are free now. You don't need to think about the mental shackles or that horrible thing anymore. Live your own life. There is a precious Dan in the box. I know you are scared of the Dan, but only this time. This is not a poison. It is a Dan that can give you a new life. It is a pill." When he mentioned the word pill, he saw Feng Qinghuang shudder. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was a sin, no matter if it was him or them. When the Blaze feather family first took root, they were not like this. How did things become like this? Can I ask what happened last night? Feng Qinghuang asked in a low voice. You don't know? The gray-robed, middle-aged man was startled. Seeing her quickly shake her head, that expression didn't seem to be fake. That's right. If she knew, logically speaking, she wouldn't have returned to this place. She should have left with that deity. Was there something else behind all this? But it didn't matter to them. What they needed to do now was to repair the damaged Blaze feather family. They didn't need to think about other things that were not important. Sigh. I don't know how to explain. The middle-aged man sighed and shook his head. He looked at Feng Qinghuang, who was still standing there, and said coldly, "That's enough. You don't need to worry about that. You should focus on your own future. Let's go. The Blaze feather family is still under repair. It is not convenient for us to receive guests." The middle-aged man in the gray robe flashed and disappeared. A strong wind carried Feng Qinghuang and blew her out of the door. She was put down at the door, gently. She came back to her senses and saw the door was closed. She felt strange. She had mixed feelings. She had been searching for freedom for a long time. She finally got out of that nightmarish place. But somehow, everything changed after one night. It happened so fast that she was not prepared at all. She carefully put away the brocade box and nodded at the closed door. She already knew who was good to her, who was bad to her, and who had ulterior motives. Now, everything had become a fact. She could begin to think about what she wanted to think about a quarter of an hour ago. Go to the south of the city. Go to the first mountain. If you are fast enough, you should be able to make it. The voice surprised Feng Qinghuang. She looked back at the blaze, feather family, and nodded solemnly. She flashed and rushed to the south. The mountain wasn't far from Taifang City. Because the distance and height were just right, she could see the whole city from the mountain. It would only take her 5 minutes to wake up. However, she had a feeling that she would miss something. Driven by that feeling, she burst out with an unprecedented speed. There was a magical power flowing in her body and forming a blurry shadow outside her body, which increased her speed by several times. Outside of Taifang City, Yun Nuoxing stood on a barren hillside, looking at the sun that had already completely emerged and was facing the direction of Taifang City. He seemed to be able to see a large shadow of the entire city under the sunlight. He stretched his back and let out a long breath. Turning his head to the little angel, "And see you," he smiled and said, "Let's go, it's time to go back." Are you really leaving?" The little angel tilted her head. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. Although he solved the problem casually, she thought that he should have taken the little phoenix of this era with him. Why did he leave without saying anything? Yeah. Little star, aren't you going to take Miss Feng back? See, you blinked and giggled. Don't make it sound like I like to bring people home all the time. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at the two people. After a moment of silence, she helplessly shook her head. I just wanted to see her. Well, there is another reason, but it doesn't matter. The little angel looked at him as her golden eyes darted around. She teased him in his soul. Are you worried that you'll interact too much with her and bring her into this era when you're supposed to meet her in the future? Yun Nuoxing blushed and turned her head to roll her eyes. She opened the portal without saying anything. This guy is asking the obvious. But little star, how do you know if you will meet Feng, or in this dream? You can't predict it, and you can't know what you should know. You also said that you are walking on the road of reenacting everything. Maybe this is also the meaning of the unseen, although the way you met may not be like this, and you may not have helped her in the first place, but for the current reality, those are not valid. Yun Nuoxing was silent. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she suddenly felt an aura rapidly approaching her. Her expression changed, and she turned around to directly crash into the portal. The little angel saw that she was about to escape. She stretched out her wings and rolled someone who was about to escape into her arms. She smirked. You can't escape. She has already caught up. Yun Nuoxing covered her face, speechlessly. Did you calculate it, so you deliberately didn't want to leave? Well, who knows? The little angel smiled brightly, and everything else paled in comparison. She waved her hand and closed the portal, completely cutting off the thought of running away. Then, she gently pushed him forward. As soon as Yun Nuoxing stood still, a figure in red suddenly landed in front of her. There was an aura quietly dissipating from the figure. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but open his eyes wide when he saw the aura. He said to himself in his heart, the spiritual shackles have been unlocked. The power of the phoenix has begun to come alive. The little angel giggled and pulled Siyu to the side to make room. Then, she held Siyu to the side and openly watched and eavesdropped. Yun Nuoxing's eyes twitched. What kind of person is this? Feng Qinghuang had already seen him on her way here. Now that she landed in front of him, she was stunned. She didn't know what to say or do. Senior, She clasped her hands and was speechless. After a while, she squeezed out a sentence. Those things are well. Yun Nuashing helplessly put one hand on her waist and shrugged. You can say that I did it, although not all of it was done by myself. Why? Feng Qinghuang looked at him nervously. Seeing his helpless face, she quickly said, I am not blaming you. You have helped me a lot. I am very grateful. But I want to know the reason. Why would you do this for no reason? Well, if we have never met before, I can say that I am doing justice for the heavens. Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly and spread his hands. Feng Qinghuang smiled bitterly. He appeared in front of her during the baptism of the four gods and said those strange things. Then he appeared here and dealt with the Blaze family. If it was a coincidence, if nothing happened before, she might have thought it was a coincidence. For example, her enemies came to find her. For example, her plan was exposed and she was attacked by the Alliance. She was just lucky enough to be saved. However, because of what happened before, she couldn't think of it as a coincidence. All right. Seeing her like that, Yun Nuashing knew that he couldn't fool her anymore. He coughed and said seriously, because I know you. To be specific, I know you from a certain period of time. I know this is ridiculous, but it is the truth. That is the truth. Yun Nuashing smiled and looked at the pair of pink eyes. They were the same color and the same beautiful eyes. His gaze became gentler. So, when I knew you appeared, I went to find you. When I knew what happened to you, I was very angry. I wanted to burn the Blaze family to the ground. That is the answer. She had never seen such a gentle look on his face. She couldn't help but want to believe him. But, I don't know you. So what? Yun Nuashing put his hands behind his back and walked to the edge of the cliff. He looked at her and said, I know you, silly girl. Yun Nuashing's pupils quivered. His heart beat violently. He felt pain in his heart. This scene was so familiar, just like what Tian Xianin told him. I don't know you, but I know you, my brother. It doesn't matter. We can get to know each other again. It was almost the same. She said the same thing with the same mentality, so this was how Tian Xianin felt. She was willing to do everything for him, just like how he couldn't help but want to do something for her. It was the same. All the discomfort and awkwardness he felt at that time was just a matter of knowing each other for a few hours or a day or two, other than the intimacy in his soul that was used as a distinguishing signal. The other party was basically a stranger he had just met. But to Tian Xianin, he had lived with her for a very long time. Even the last memory she had of him, probably not counting the ancient times, was when they were shopping, chatting, and eating outside. It was just that her dear brother had hit his head and lost his memory. It was a strange and awkward feeling for him, but it was already a common occurrence for her. Do you still remember what I said to you? Who are you? Who do you think you are now? The spiritual shackles have been broken. You should be able to feel it, right? There is a new energy that has been sealed for a long time being born in your body. Yun Nuashing quickly changed the topic. He smiled and extended his hand to her. Come with me. I will let you know the answer to all of this. Also, we can get to know each other again. Feng Qinghuang looked at the pair of white and slender hands. She hesitated for a while. The little angel. And Siyu cheered her up for a whole minute. When Yun Nuashing felt that his hand was not sore, but he was embarrassed, she reached out her hand and held the warm hand. She showed the most brilliant smile in her life. Yes, my name is Feng Qinghuang. Feng Ling. You will know my identity later. Chapter 1364. It had been a day since Feng Qinghuang arrived at the secret hotel in Taiyuan territory. She spent the whole day telling Feng Qinghuang and the others about their strange identities and things. Siyu, who came in earlier, kept adding fuel to the fire. Feng Qinghuang's eyes were like mosquito coils. It was the same as when Feng Qinghuang first met Yun Nuashing and the others. Those powerful people, those powerful identities, those powerful lives. In short, Siyu would live a life full of powerful events every day with these people. She couldn't help but sigh. It's so hard for me. Everything went as she expected. Since the hotel had another guest, Siyu became inexplicably excited. She kept talking to Feng Qinghuang all day long. Feng Qinghuang also listened attentively. In Yun Nuoxing's opinion, the two girls were a perfect match. Siyu's quiet appearance hid her talkative nature. It was just that she used to be quiet and reserved. No one would have thought that she would become like this after they got to know each other better. As for Feng Qinghuang, she was a loyal listener. She would listen carefully to anyone who talked to her. Otherwise, why would people say that a talkative person would have a dedicated listener? This was also good. They had talked about half of the matter, and the other half could be left to the two little girls to talk about. As for himself, he had to prepare some things. He had just pushed open the incongruous building and was about to look for something inside, but he was stunned for a moment. The floor was littered with scattered books, as if it had been ravaged by a typhoon of more than 10 magnitude. Please put the books back to their original positions after you've finished reading them. Thank you. By the way, what are you doing here? A 1.5-meter tall girl raised her head from the pile of books. She showed a face that had been left there for half a year. When she saw that it was Yun Nuoxing, she curled her lips in disgust. It's none of your business. I'm reading. My sister doesn't allow me to go out by myself. What else can I do? There are so many things you can do. Yun Nuoxing turned around and closed the door. As she walked in, a wisp of green energy emerged from her body. It turned into a gust of wind and rolled up all the books on the floor. Then she stuffed them back into the bookcase. For example, you should tidy up your body. You should learn from your sister and try to understand this world of order instead of messing around. If you read these books seriously, you wouldn't have thrown them all over the floor. She slapped her hands on the pile of books and stood up. She pointed at Yun Nuoxing and shouted, "You!" at asterisk and percent. And, yep, here we go again. Her words turned into meaningless syllables as soon as she opened her mouth. Yun Nuoxing shook her head, helplessly. When she walked past her, a gust of wind swept away all the books that she used as a cushion. Then she reached out and knocked on her head. You're a girl. You should speak more gently. I can't recognize you when you open your mouth. After being knocked on the head, Yuan Kong was stunned for a moment. A second later, she went berserk and pounced on Yun Nuoxing. She stretched out her small arms and legs to show that she wanted to fight. However, Yun Nuoxing stretched out her hand and slapped her head. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't reach her. This girl's hands were too short. UF asterisk King Human. You're too rude. After a long while, Yuan Kong retreated to the wall with a red face. She stared at Yun Nuoxing like a vigilant kitten. Yun Nuoxing didn't know if the redness on her face was due to anger or embarrassment. Well, I've always said that I'm not a human, so your description doesn't work on me. Yun Nuoxing played with her bangs and said seriously. Then she waved her hand. All right, go play. There's a new tenant in the house. Why don't you go and get to know her? Huh. Why should I listen to you? If you don't go, I'll get your sister to drag you there. Yuan Kong, who was interrupted, trembled. She didn't care about what happened just now. She showed her teeth at Yun Nuoxing in a show of force. Then she pushed open the door and strode outside. This little girl who wasn't afraid of anything. Only her sister could keep her in check. Yun Nuoxing shook his head, helplessly. He was looking for some information that he needed in this pile of books. The things that could make him spend so much effort to find were also very obscure and only useful at certain times. Moreover, it was very strange. He had made this thing himself, but in the end he had forgotten about it. Well, although I created them myself, I didn't use them at all. I remember that they were written in this book. Isn't it this? Then this? No, this doesn't seem to be the right cover. Isn't it this? The observer had a headache. Even if it was something he had written, if he didn't look back at it for a long time, he would forget what he had written in the past. The bookcase that he just tidied up was messed up again. However, unlike Yuan Kong, he threw the books on the bed next to him so that it would be more convenient to tidy them up later. After searching for half an hour and gradually becoming impatient, he finally found what he was looking for. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Life reshaping circle. It's a better way than changing a new body. Speaking of which, what was I planning to do when I created this thing back then? He muttered and shook his head. He couldn't remember. He didn't know why he created the circle and why he did it. Perhaps it was just a whim? After searching for half an hour, he could only recall for 1 second. He felt very helpless. After all, he had used hundreds of thousands of different circles. Some of them were only slightly different. For example, the power of the circle was different, or the size of the circle was different, or, in short, there were many situations. However, they were all circles that he had used all the time. He couldn't forget these things. For example, the circle that he was looking for just now was something that he had never used since he created it. Even a teacher had to flip through the books when he taught his students. After tidying up the bookcase, Yun Nuashing turned and went outside. He prepared the green-gold circle by the lake and greeted the few beauties who were still playing around. Life reshaping circle. Feng Qinghuang was stunned when she heard those words. Her thoughts flashed, and she couldn't help but recall those things. Her pretty face became slightly gloomy. All right, don't think about those things. I didn't prepare it for you to remember those things. Yun Nuashing sighed, helplessly, and flicked his finger on her forehead. The reason for the reshaping is that your origin energy has been suppressed by the spiritual shackles for too long. It has gathered in various parts of your body and can't be fully activated. I have to use other means to activate it. It's not good for those energies to keep accumulating in your body. Moreover, only by activating those energies can you know what kind of person you are. Feng Qinghuang came back to her senses. She rubbed her forehead with a strange expression and nodded. When she was about to enter the circle, she suddenly remembered something. She took out the brocade box that the god of heaven gave her. There was a pill inside that could give her a new life. Yun Nuashing took the brocade box and listened to Feng Qinghuang's words. He opened the brocade box and saw a golden pill the size of a longan. He couldn't help but smile. That's thoughtful of you. The effect of this pill isn't ordinary. It says that it can give you a new life. It can give you a new life without reincarnation or reincarnation. In other words, it's a new life. It won't rejuvenate you, but it will wash away all the impurities of this life and make you more perfect and have more potential. You can eat it once in the beginner god realm and once in the rebirth realm, but I haven't eaten it yet. I've never eaten it before. Yun Nuashing took out the golden pill and threw it to Feng Qinghuang. Just take it. You don't have to eat it. I'll take care of it for you when I reconstruct you. Feng Qinghuang nodded. She grabbed the golden pellet with both hands and walked to the center of the formation. Yun Nuashing waved his hand to activate the formation. Strands of green gold energy started to grow out from the formation. They were like weeds that grew out of the ground. When the weeds finished growing, they started to fall towards Feng Qinghuang, who was in the center of the formation. They wrapped around her like vines and wrapped her up into a green gold cocoon. A layer of crystallized energy appeared from the formation and wrapped around the cocoon. It was like a transparent green gold amber. One could see through the crystallized energy that the life inside the cocoon was shining with a strong vitality. It turned into an egg. Siyu walked up curiously and knocked on the green gold egg. The light inside the egg flashed, and she was shocked. She quickly hid behind Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing patted Siyu's head to calm her down. He connected his soul to the circle. A few seconds later, Feng Qinghuang's physical condition appeared in his soul. The result was out of his expectation. Her condition is much better than I thought. Can she recover? Siyu stood on her tiptoes and asked. Yun Nuashing nodded and said, I had thought that the situation would be worse. Feng Qinghuang had been treated as a medicine slave by the Blaze feather family for more than 100 years. Many of the medicines were half-finished products, failed products, and experimental products. They had caused great damage to her body, but she is a phoenix after all. Even if the origin energy of a phoenix is sealed by mental shackles, its essence is still there. Now, she has recovered well on her own, but there are still some internal injuries and some damage to the rules. But it is not serious. The latter is probably left behind when she was doing something forbidden. Little angel, and Siyu listened with unnatural expressions. Little Phoenix was sealed by the spiritual shackles. After all, she was still in her infancy, and her self-healing ability was not very strong. At that time, she must have suffered a lot. It was hard to imagine how she managed to survive until now under the torture of those inferior items. Yuan Kong couldn't help but frown. Although she wanted to act like she didn't care, she grabbed her sister's sleeve and snorted. The human world is indeed filthy. There are not many normal worlds that I have seen. Let's just destroy. Ow! Little angel knocked her on the head and rolled her eyes at her. Yuan Kong immediately covered her head and stopped talking. There are still more than 30 types of chaotic energy in her body. They are probably the remnants of the 30 experimental pills. They are being suppressed by the Phoenix's power and have settled in the bottom layer of her body. It is not good to keep them here. They are useless. Let's just throw them away. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and wrote a mysterious rune in the air. He gently pushed it, and it floated into the green-gold cocoon. Then he began to pour out the things in the pendant as if they were trash. All kinds of strange energy and things that contained energy light were piled up here. The spirit energy and energy in this place suddenly soared to an abnormally terrifying level. Even the air was drowned by the energy clouds. Whoosh! Siyu waved her hand and brushed away the clouds in front of her. She felt something touch her shoes and couldn't help but squat down to grab it. She looked down and saw that it was a mutant fruit, but it was the most powerful mutant fruit she had ever seen in her life. Siyu waved her hand and brushed away the clouds in front of her. She felt something touching her shoes and couldn't help but squat down to grab it. She looked down and saw that it was a mutant fruit. Buzz! The little purple soul seemed to have sensed something and floated out of Yun Nua planet's spiritual world. It used all its strength to absorb the overflowing energy into its stomach. The surrounding dense energy, fog, quickly became thin, and the surrounding scene once again appeared in their line of sight. What entered their eyes was a small mountain that was 10 meters tall. It was a small mountain that was piled up with a dazzling array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The colorful light that was emitted when they merged together caused Siyu to be blinded. Seeing little purple soul floating out, Yun Nuashing quickly grabbed it and said softly, "Well, you can eat the overflowing energy, but you can't eat this pile of stuff. Even if you want to eat it, you have to wait." Ugh, I think I said it in vain. Little purple soul didn't bother replying. It looked like it was too full to move. Even the overflowing energy was enough for it to fill its stomach. Placing the little purple soul on his head to let it digest on its own, Yun Nuashing buried his head in the pile of things to search. From time to time he would find 2 things, and with a shake of his hand he would throw them into the green-gold cocoon, allowing them to transform into pure energy and flow into the cocoon. It's coming, it's coming. Little star-style crazy doting. The little angel couldn't help but sigh. When Bing was still an egg, he had done it once. When Feng was reborn, he had also done it once. This time, the things he smashed were more exaggerated in terms of both quality and quantity. Spiritual items from the Dark Age were hard to come by in the later generations. However, not all of them were thrown to the green-gold cocoon. When he found something, he would suddenly make a sound of surprise, then turn around and throw it to Siyu. 5 minutes later, Siyu was busy tidying up the pile of treasures in her hands. She almost couldn't carry any more. Well, Little star, it's about time, right? The little angel watched him throw things for 10 minutes without any hesitation. The wings on her back straightened due to her shock. She inadvertently turned to look at the big cocoon. She could feel an earth-shattering aura from it, as well as a huge amount of energy. It was as if there was a terrifying life form that could devour the heavens and the earth. Well, it's about time. Yun Nuashing nodded. After throwing in 2 or 3 more treasures, he clapped his hands and put away the rest of the treasures. Next, we just have to wait for a while. This time, it's a true rebirth from Nirvana. HM, where see you? Yun Nuashing clapped his hands and turned around. When he found that the little girl, Siyu, was gone, he couldn't help but be stunned. A muffled voice came from one of the piles of medicinal herbs. Little star, I'm here. He couldn't help but laugh dryly. He was addicted to throwing things just now. He piled half of the mountain of treasures on Siyu. She was now covered by the pile of treasures. Yun Nuashing hurriedly put the treasures into a spatial device. Then he handed the device to Siyu, who was sitting up on the ground. If you're bored, eat one. If you're bored, eat one. Just be careful not to die from overeating. This is the first time I've heard that you can eat fairies' treasures until you die from overeating. Little Angel shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even if you have a lot of fairies' treasures, you can't really let Siyu eat them as food. Yun Nuashing thought seriously for a moment. We can really eat them as food. After all, when that time comes, we haven't finished using them yet. Little Angel, does that time refer to the 139th era? It does seem that they haven't finished using them yet. If they were stored in the pendant's dimension, which has no concept of time, they wouldn't go bad. Next, it was time to wait. Little Angel pulled Yuankong to the side. He listened to Yin Nuashing's suggestion and planned to make up for the latter's life defects. Siyu hugged a lot of fairies' treasures and went into seclusion. He sat next to the big green gold cocoon. Half of his attention was here, and the other half followed his and Huey's soul seeds to see the situation on the other side. The meeting wasn't over yet. A whole day had passed, and the meeting with the outsiders was still going on in the great hall of the Kuan origin region. However, a group of people had changed. Previously, the Void God Court and other Void Giants had chosen to ally with the Celestial Realm. Those who could become Void Giants naturally had extraordinary eyesight and courage. After Hui listed all the things about the death mist in the abyss, it didn't take much effort for them to determine how much of a threat that thing was. The reason why they didn't respond was that they were still weighing the pros and cons. Although they still joined the coalition in the end, this was a matter of the Order faction, righteousness, and everyone's lives. In fact, there was nothing for them to think about. They could either join the coalition or resist on their own. These were the only 2 paths from the beginning to the end. The other situations were just a matter of time and could be ignored. The dozen or so Void Giants had already returned to their own worlds. When they left, they had mixed feelings. They came with the mentality of wanting to see what they could get, but in the end, they brought back something heavier. They also took the golden crystal that we gave them. To them, the crystal wasn't particularly valuable. However, to others it was very precious. It could strengthen the power of the rules in their own worlds, and in a way, strengthen the power of their worlds. After all, after knowing that the opponent that even the Celestial Realm was afraid of, they felt that their power was seriously insufficient. It was laughable that they used to boast about being the overlords of the void, but they were complacent after obtaining a small achievement. Now, those who were still in the meeting in that space were the representatives sent by the rogue cultivators who saw that the Void Giants had joined the coalition army. They were the largest group in the Void and also the most unreliable. However, they were still a force after all. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat, not to mention that they wanted to unite the entire Void. Everyone should have understood. I'll repeat one last time about the Abyssal Death Shroud and this world. It's a matter of life and death. The Abyssal Death Shroud is lurking in the front lines of the Void, but it's just lurking. As long as that thing is not removed, The void will never be completely safe. There are also many places in the destroyed lower planes where they create things that distort the rules of the void. You will understand if you go and take a look. If you want to join the coalition army, you only need to find one of the coalition forces. It's not just the celestial realm. The road ahead is long and dangerous. Whether you want to join the coalition army or continue to read minds, please be mentally prepared. War can break out at any time. It was more difficult to talk to these rogue cultivators. These people were used to being rogue cultivators. They came and went freely without any restrictions. If they were asked to join any force all of a sudden, wouldn't it be asking for their lives? Therefore, we didn't have much hope in the beginning. He only treated it as a warning to everyone, so that they wouldn't be faced with 3 consecutive question marks when they came knocking on their door. It was never wrong to be fully prepared for this damned void. It was worth mentioning that although they didn't have much hope, 30 to 40% of the rogue cultivators still chose to join the coalition army. Unknowingly, the strength of the coalition army gradually increased. However, it was still far from enough. It's been hard on you. After the last meeting, Yun Nuashing smiled at Hui. Phone. Hui responded and sighed. Looking at the results, it's not bad. However, it's still not enough. Should I learn from you and be more ruthless and directly bind everyone and force them to fight? It's possible to do it on a small scale. However, when it involves such a large scale of the void, if you put a shackle on everyone, not only will they not be able to cope with it, but the hearts of the people will also be troublesome. I'm afraid that before they are united, they will all rise up and shout the slogan of defeat the celestial realm. Then we will wipe them out one by one. Aha, that's true. It's so troublesome. Let's not talk about this anymore. Shouldn't we focus on other places now? For example, the vast upper plain. We haven't really done anything to this large area. Hui said. Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment. Then she nodded. This time, we're just using the convenience of the celestial realm to unite a large area, together with the Saint Spirit realm and the Changyuan realm. The strength of the Order faction is actually quite considerable. However, it's still not enough. If we take the initiative to attack, we don't know how much effort it will take. The upper plane is harder to deal with, but we still have to do it. Yes. Then I'll prepare. Don't be in such a hurry. Before that, there's another more important matter. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed. It's time to get rid of that distorted race. You're ready. No, but there's no time to wait. My words aren't important, and the spiritual temple is about to be completed. Come back and finish the last few steps, then leave your soul imprint with everyone. I have some matters to attend to on my side. We remained silent for a while, but still nodded. The spiritual temple was the most important means to preserve their strength, but the price would have to be borne by the Yun Nua planet. However, now wasn't the time to be pretentious. Since Feng had made his preparations and didn't hesitate to sacrifice a part of himself, they would also have to offer their all. Chapter 1366. However, the purest wish? From this aspect, this wish is really pure enough. Yun Nuashing looked at Siyu, who was sitting cross-legged in another array and had established a deep connection with the crystal ball floating 3 inches in front of her. Thinking of the little girl's words just now, he didn't know why, but he felt like laughing. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh. This wasn't mockery. It was just a laugh of pure happiness. It was a laugh of admiration, but also a little stupefied. The moment Siyu shouted those words, he could faintly see the figures of Xian and the others in her. From their standpoint, these little girls seemed to have the same thoughts. Standing on the mountain peak, looking up at the figure in the clouds that was so close yet so far away. They all saw him as their goal. A long, long time ago, he had never thought that there would be a day when he would become someone's goal. Being looked up at by them like this, he felt inexplicably happy. This was a very rare feeling. Although it's a little different from what I originally wanted, it's not much different. A goal is a goal then. Setting a goal there to give Siyu the motivation to chase after it is pretty good. Yun Nuashing tossed a ball with a diameter of 1 foot. The outer layer was a transparent crystal ball, and in the center was a core condensed from extremely dense energy of the 5 elements. This was the gift he originally wanted to give her, the origin realm. But after thinking about it, he felt that it might be a little too high-end for the little girl. He would probably spoil her too much, so he let it go. However, the ball, refined from the array, was also of pretty good quality. It was 3 or 4 levels higher than her own realm. Because it was refined by himself, he could control it very well. Opening the window, Yun Nuashing shot a glance at the crimson-pink egg that was still in the process of being hatched. Looking at the 2 sisters and the little purple soul sleeping on the cliff, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but yawn. On the other side of the mountain, the spiritual temple let out a dazzling luster in the night, completely different from the tranquility of this place. Ding! A faintly discernible sound rang out in the room. Just a moment ago, he was still sighing about the tranquility, but at this moment, a surge of elemental energy surged behind him. The basic elements of the 5 elements surged and surged, condensing into a vague shape in the air. After forming for 4 or 5 seconds, they turned back into pure elemental energy and swirled around here. Oh, it's already resonating. Yun Nuashing closed the window, and a magic circle emerged from the ground, isolating the room from the outside world. Pure energy weapons were different from other conventional weapons. They didn't have elegant sword skills like swords, nor did they have wild and domineering power like big swords. Pure energy weapons were more like huge energy containers that could enhance the user's ability to use energy in all aspects, from control to release and so on. They were very suitable for energy masters like the 5 elemental body, who relied on energy to survive. In other words, this was the perfect configuration for a spellcaster. By the way, his energy source beads were also pure energy weapons of the same type. Looking up at the 5 elemental energy that was surging up and down in the room, Yun Nuashing's eyes glowed with a faint white color. The growth of the 5 elemental spirits is pretty good. According to this trend, the 5 elemental body will be completed in advance when I reach the level of Emperor of the Underworld. The 5 elemental spirits will be able to truly manifest and break free from the shackles of the body. Oh, but the fastest growth of this little girl is actually the gold of life. The gold of life was different from the metal element in the special elemental system. One used the element to strengthen the body, while the other used the metal element in the external world to fight against the enemy. They were not the same, or rather, the difference was huge. He suddenly thought of something. Ah, I forgot that this is the Dark Age. There are only 7 types of elements. Yun Nuashing suddenly remembered something. She made a hissing sound and slapped her forehead. Since when was there 2 types of metal element in the Dark Age? There was only 1 metal element. There were only 7 types of elements in the beginning of the divine realm. There was no metal element, no thunder element, and no dark element. The element of extinction had now been proven to be a type of divine destruction power. It was not mutated from the dark element, but it was just a little similar. Everyone had mistakenly thought that it was the product of the dark element's extreme mutation and distortion. Fortunately, the understanding between the various energy systems is basically the same. The only thing that is left is the division of energy strength. Other than that, there are some problems with the rules that transcend the era. However, for the later stages of the divine realm, the rebirth realm, there is not much of a difference, so it can be assumed that there are no more differences. Yun Nuashing slapped her forehead. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. When one's understanding of something was deeply ingrained, one would suddenly wake up one day and have a new set of understanding of that thing. There were many deviations, but it was also deeply ingrained at that time. One's brain would probably fight with one's nerves. He did not know how others dealt with it. In any case, he had mediated between his brain and his nerves. At the same time, he also integrated the two sets of concepts into one. In any case, he had done many similar things. The energy that he controlled and the energy rules that he wrote followed the rules that he knew. There would not be any major problems due to a sudden deviation in his understanding. After using 1 minute to realize the difference between the eras, Yun Nuashing used another half a minute to integrate part of the difference. After he was done, he looked at Siyu again. Seeing that the little girl was fine, he nodded. With a shake of his hand, he took out something from the pendant and threw it into the pendant. Seeing that his habitual action had already been thrown out, Yun Nuashing could not help but be stunned. He wanted to take it back, but the fairy item that he threw out had already been crushed into pure energy by the operation of the powerful magic circle. It did not take long for it to enter Siyu's body. Why can't I control my hands? Yun Nuashing grimaced. He raised his left hand and slapped his right hand hard. He could not help but laugh bitterly. Oh, the metal element is closer to the front. It is easy to break the balance. The little girl is also trying her best to control it. However, the metal element is still slowly growing. Yun Nuashing nodded. With a shake of his hand, he threw out another 3 or 4 fairy items. Yun Nuashing, it's done. It's really done this time. When the 4 fairy items entered Siyu's body, the other elements besides the metal element reacted violently. The 4 elements that were a little behind suddenly rushed to the metal element's position at lightning speed. Then they stood there steadily. The strength of the 5 elements was balanced. Yun Nuashing nodded in satisfaction. At this time, we still need a type of transcendent energy. Let me see, the flame heart is not bad. It seems to be formed by the aura of a very high, ranked divine flame. This is not bad. Although it is closer to the fire element, it can be used as a forge to continuously hammer the body to become more perfect. Then, with a shake of his hand, he threw out a white crystal that was 1 foot long. The white crystal cracked in the magic circle. A silver flame that seemed to be pale at the same time gushed out from it and enveloped Siyu. Slap! Yun Nuashing slapped her own face and dragged her beautiful face down. Well, I guess I'm hopeless. At this moment, Siyu was in a dilemma. Originally, she was establishing a connection with her first origin weapon. The resonance between the two caused a huge reaction in her 5 elements body, which had not moved for a period of time. Almost in the blink of an eye, it began to change. The level of her physique had already surpassed her realm, and at this moment she was leaving her realm behind at an even faster speed. She had no choice but to quickly control the 5 elements origin and the 5 elements spirit that were about to break out of her control. Just as she was doing her best, a vast amount of energy suddenly surged in from the outside world, almost causing her control to collapse. The balance between the 5 elements body had almost reached the limit where they could keep each other in check. She was so anxious that she was covered in sweat. Just as she was about to give up on this energy that could allow her to level up and stabilize the 5 elements origin, 4 balls of energy suddenly appeared out of nowhere and forcefully brought the 5 elements origin back to a state of equilibrium. Before she could react, another ball of pale white flames enveloped her body, as if she had fallen into a furnace. In any case, the things that happened in the past 10 minutes almost drove her crazy. Thinking carefully, this was all energy from the outside world. She could not help but think of Yun Nuashing. Then, she remembered that Miss Feng's egg was treated the same way. This time, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Little Star was also throwing things at her as hard as she could. She did not know if this was enjoyment or torture. However, it was also thanks to the blessings of the fairy's items that the seal on her body melted like snow. Her body's energy level rose under the cleansing of the energy, and her realm and physique were both advancing to a higher realm. Moreover, she also noticed that the pale white flames were moving rapidly in her body, repairing some small flaws that she might not have noticed in the past. It also drew a considerable amount of energy from her body and poured it into her spirit, sea, and soul, causing her soul and spirit that could not keep up with her realm to quickly become stronger. Yun Nuashing also noticed this abnormal change and could not help but frown. As an energy master, the realm of the 5 elements body, spirit, and soul can't keep up? This little girl's cultivation is not balanced enough. He muttered to himself for a moment, and this time he restrained himself from throwing away the immortal item. He could feel that the flame heart was adjusting to an appropriate balance, so he did not plan to throw it away. After all, the balance of this thing was absolute. When the gap between one's own realm, energy realm, spirit realm, and soul realm was large, it could even suppress the most outstanding realm and use it to raise the other realms. In short, it was an average. However, if there was enough energy in the outside world, there was no need to suppress the realm to reach an equilibrium. Crack! Yun Nuashing, who was relieved, just leaned against the wall with her arms crossed and heard the sound of something cracking. She could not help but open her eyes wide. Seeing that Siyu was still quietly cultivating, she was stunned and quickly looked outside. Then she could not help but whistle. A crack appeared on the pink egg and a large amount of energy leaked out. It was time for Feng Qinghuang's first nirvana. It's about the same time as I calculated. Ah, but why is it happening at this time? Yun Nuashing scratched his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly took off his cloak, which was engraved with the huge emblem of the god realm, and put it on Siyu. He reached out to rub her head and said softly, "I'll leave for a while. Good luck." After that, she flashed to the side of the lake. Dark red energy surged out from Yun Nuashing's body. A territory was released with him as the center and enveloped the small mountain. After this safety measure was done, the pink cocoon in front of her suddenly exploded with an extremely bright light. It was like a small pink sun that bloomed. The vines of the life reconstruction magic circle retracted back into the magic circle, and the magic circle returned to its hidden state because it was done. Without the restraint, the crimson light cocoon that had turned into a small sun floated 3 to 4 meters above the ground. Yun Nuashing's eyes stared straight at the light that was even brighter than the sun. He could clearly see cracks appearing on the crimson light cocoon, as if the core of the sun had cracked. With every inch of crack, the light grew brighter. In just a minute, it had turned into an egg that was full of cracks. With a violent crack, the fragile eggshell exploded all over the sky. Bang! The crimson pink energy crystals turned into powder and sprinkled all over the small mountain, making the small mountain bright and gorgeous. It was as if a star had appeared from the nebula, scattering embers all over the starry sky. On the star, hanging in the sky, a figure appeared as the light dimmed bit by bit. It seems that the first nirvana has been suppressed for too long. The nirvana is too violent. I can't figure out the process. Even the eggshell has been shattered. I still want to touch 1 or 2 pieces. It's useful. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. Seeing that Feng Qinghuang was safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he took out a red dress and a pair of red boots that Feng wore from the pendant. They were prepared in advance. The little angel provided them. When she knew that Feng Qinghuang was going to nirvana, she had already prepared them. The star slowly floated down from the sky. Yun Nuashing could clearly see the beautiful figure inside. However, after thinking about it, he decided to pretend that he could not see it for the time being. He threw the red dress up and used spatial teleportation to put it on the beautiful figure. Then he walked forward and reached out to catch the falling person. The pink light radiated to the entire mountain and shrunk to Feng Qinghuang's body. Her long and smooth hair and red dress fluttered in the wind. Her tall and slender figure and her pair of pink Maimao were exactly the same. After nirvana, Feng Qinghuang was exactly the same as the Feng he knew. No matter if it was the Feng in the remote antiquity age or the Feng in the 139th era, they were all the same. No matter how much time had passed, she had never changed. Holding her hands, He slowly pulled her to the ground. When the pink light completely shrunk back into her body, Feng Qinghuang blinked her eyes. Her blank eyes gradually brightened up. She came back to life, looking at Feng Qinghuang, who was looking at her with a face full of longing. She was stunned. When she saw the two of them holding hands, she blushed. After Feng Qinghuang stood steadily on the ground, Yun Nuoxing carefully pulled her to take 2 steps forward. Come on, let's take 2 steps. Slow down. After the first nirvana, your body will be a little stiff. Be careful. Don't fall. Phew, it seems that there is no problem. I was worried that something might happen to your nirvana after being suppressed for a long time. Now it seems that you are in luck. There is no problem. Taking Feng Qinghuang for a few steps, Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief after making sure that she was fine. The stone hanging in his heart was finally put down. Feng Qinghuang's face was so red that her head was about to explode. It was because of the clothes. Even she herself felt that her body had changed a little after the nirvana awakening. But why did the clothes fit her so well? It didn't need to be repaired at all. It was as if it was prepared beforehand. She remembered that she was naked when she came out. Was it because of that? Because he had known her for a long time and knew what kind of person she was? What kind of relationship did they have that allowed him to have her fitting clothes? Was it because of that kind of relationship? Bang! What's wrong? Don't scare me. Wake up. Yun Nuoxing saw that Feng Qinghuang suddenly lost consciousness and fell to the ground. He was so scared that he hurriedly pulled her into his arms. He checked her pulse and pinched her philtrum. Their spirits resonated and their souls resonated. After 5 minutes, Feng Qinghuang finally regained consciousness. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's face that was very close to her, she felt that she was going to faint again. Phew, you scared me. I thought something bad was going to happen to you. Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief again. He gently put Feng Qinghuang down on the grass and took a look around the room. He was relieved when he found that everything was fine. When Feng Qinghuang regained consciousness, he said softly, "Do you remember who you are now?" Feng Qinghuang stared at the starry sky blankly. She straightened up and looked at him. She nodded and then showed an uneasy expression. I have awakened and I know who I am. But I know. You don't remember me. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Feng Qinghuang was stunned. How do you know? I raised you. How do you think I know? Yun Nuoxing flicked her forehead in annoyance, then laughed bitterly in his heart. Bullsh *T. Let's not talk about this era for now. The last time he met her was in the distant future, so he knew. But for now, he still needed to fool her a little. Every time the phoenix is reborn, other than a part of the records about itself in the bloodline fragment, there is nothing else, which is the end of the previous life. Then there will not be those memories. You don't remember me? It's normal. It's normal, but you should still have some feelings. A little bit of intimacy will always remain. Feng Qinghuang blushed. She shrunk her neck and hugged her legs. She blushed and nodded. Yes, a little. That's right. That's the proof that we used to know each other. Yun Nuoxing nodded with a smile, but he continued to laugh bitterly in his heart. Bullsh *T. That's because he's the observer, and a large portion of the rule power of the divine realm is reflected in him. Feng is one of the 4 celestial gods, and she represents the rule power of the divine realm. That's why there's a sense of intimacy between them. It's not like the 139th era, when they were already familiar with the entanglement of life and soul and called out to each other because of the closest remaining connection in their souls. That's right. Feng Qinghuang already knew that he was the observer. She just didn't know the specific connection. That Feng Qinghuang gathered her courage and looked at him. She was stunned when she opened her mouth. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment and smiled. Just call me Little Star. That's what you call me. Feng Qinghuang nodded. That? Little Star, what is our relationship? Yun Nuoxing rested his chin on his left hand. He didn't answer immediately. He looked at Feng Qinghuang and suddenly asked, "Does the dress fit?" Feng Qinghuang blushed again. She stared at him with her pink eyes. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. "Ming prepared it for you. I didn't do it. It's useless for you to stare at me." Phew! Feng Qinghuang's face returned to normal. She let out a sigh of relief. Yun Nuoxing took the opportunity to tease her. "Look at you. Why didn't I see this expression on your face when you took off my clothes last time?" Take off my clothes." Feng Qinghuang's face looked like she was struck by lightning. "That's right. Look." Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. He picked out a few scenes from his memory and projected them in front of him. It was when Feng Er and Ming pressed him on the bed and took off his clothes. He screamed and resisted. However, it was useless. After a while, he was changed into women's clothes. Damn it! Why did he remember this? Feng Qinghuang's face turned red when she saw the scene in her memory. She recognized the little angel. 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 She was the one who pressed him on the bed and violently tore his clothes. Their faces and figures were exactly the same. She took a deep breath and slowly fainted. Yun Nuoxing looked at her with amusement. Knowing that she didn't know how to face it and chose to pretend to be unconscious, she couldn't help but reach out and poke her face. You have become shy after the Nirvana awakening. Look at your previous appearance. Do you want me to show you a little more? You don't know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex at all. Don't say it." Feng Qinghuang jumped up and slapped him on the mouth. She blushed. It was exactly the same as the little angel. Feng Qinghuang was anxious when she heard that. That was why she acted so intimately. When she realized what was going on, she looked at his gentle eyes. Her heart was shaking. She hurriedly moved to the side and held her burning face. She lowered her head and murmured, "I am only over 100 years old. I have never been in love. How can I meet people in the future? I am so ashamed." "Well, if you can't get used to it, I can give you the memory of the old you. Maybe it will be better?" Yun Nuoxing smiled. "After all, there is only one Feng Er in the world. It is you. It is you." Feng Qinghuang looked at him blankly. She looked into his black eyes. She could see some emotions that transcended time and space. They were faint but deep. They could never be erased. However, he was just saying. He didn't want to change anything. It was a dream. It was enough to find them. He didn't want more. In this cruel dream, he didn't want to ask for more. What he had now was enough. Chapter 1367. Rumble. A new day started with a violent explosion of energy, accompanied by a surging light purple airflow. The energy of the explosion scattered all the clouds in a radius of 50 kilometers. This was the sound of activity coming from the spiritual temple. The origin source of a large group of life forms was now in a bit of a mess. Rumbling sounds, it feels like a stomachache. Could it be that the spiritual temple ate something bad? Hui waved his hand to suppress the spiritual temple's activity, but this little trick only caused the latter to launch an even more intense counterattack. The rumbling sounds coming from the inside grew even louder. "I told you to reorganize, but you won't cause the spiritual temple to collapse, right?" Hui, who was sweating profusely, suddenly heard a suspicious voice coming from behind him. He was immediately overjoyed. He turned around so fast that he left behind an afterimage. He saw his closest friend, Lord Feng, leisurely walking over with his 3 sisters. Wait a minute. Hui looked at the new face with a serious look, recognizing her as the new little phoenix. Under the attentive gazes of countless people, he pulled Yun Nuoxing to his side, putting his arm around her shoulder and whispering, "The little phoenix is a girl?" "Yeah, didn't I tell you?" "No." Hui shook his head vigorously, looking at her with a serious face, and suddenly said, "Sir Feng, pay attention to your body." Yun Nuoxing replied, "Oh, I know. I've rested enough. and with the addition of this time's origin energy, it shouldn't be a problem to pierce through that world. No, I'm not talking about that. Take care. Cough, cough, forget it. Yun Nuashing looked suspiciously at Hui, who was smiling embarrassedly. He frowned and thought for more than 10 seconds, and his pretty face suddenly turned red. When Hui noticed his subtle expression and shouted in his heart, Yun Nuashing slapped him and sent him flying. What the hell are you thinking about every day? Everyone calmly watched as Hui flew out like a meteor. Their faces were calm. This was the daily interaction between the two lords, and they only needed to smile. Little Angel pulled Siyu and Feng Qinghuang to regroup, while Little Purple Soul had obediently entered Yun Nuashing's soul. As usual, the origin Kong was left on the mountain. The two girls who were more or less familiar with this kind of situation were explaining to the newcomer, Feng Qinghuang, what might happen later and how to deal with it. The twisted race they were going to deal with this time was not the ordinary forces of the three realms, so Little Angel was somewhat worried. However, when she saw that Yun Nuashing did not say anything, she ignored it, thinking about it carefully. If the opponent was someone he could not deal with, well, there would be a lot of things that could happen. Although the opponent was strong, it should not be to that extent. After Hui climbed back from the mountaintop, Yun Nuashing crossed his arms and rolled his eyes at him. Only then did he look at the group of high-end combat power standing here. He looked at Yi Qing, Qing Jun, Jing Yuanji, and the others standing in front, and said, "Then this time, according to the plan, leave half of the strength to guard the divine realm. Who will stay this time?" Yi Qing curled his lips and raised his hand. "Lord Feng, I won't go this time." Seeing his expression, which seemed to be hiding something, Yun Nuashing became a little interested. "What's wrong? You quarreled without discussing it?" No, I admit defeat. This time, I will lead everyone to guard the celestial realm." Yi Qing smiled bitterly and did not mention a word about the little game that happened between the three of them last night. After the bitter smile, he revealed a thoughtful expression. "But Lord Feng, is it safe enough to send only half of our forces?" "There's nothing unsafe about it." Yun Nuashing shook her head. "This time, Hui and I will go together. Unless that distorted race brings out a heavenly god of the origin. Otherwise, nothing will happen." Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The Lord Observer and the Lord Guardian going out together was an extremely rare thing. The last time it happened was who knows how many years ago. Yun Nuashing turned back to look at the spiritual temple. Feeling its movements, she couldn't help but cross her arms. Seeing this, Yi Qing said, "It just finished storing everyone's soul origin an hour ago. Since then it has been like this. I don't know what's wrong with it." "Oh, it's nothing. It's normal." Yun Nuashing nodded and met everyone's curious gazes. It ate too much of the heavenly god of origin's soul origin and got a stomachache. After a while, when the laws adjust themselves, it will be fine. Everyone. The explanations of the two lords were equally impressive. At this time, Hui had also confirmed the matter of their array with Lord Green. The energy towers have been prepared. The number of energy crystals is sufficient for us to continue fighting at the highest intensity for a year. Yun Nuashing, who had pricked up her ears, was silent for a moment when she heard what was going on here. She stepped forward and said, "Prepare the soul crystals, mind crystals, purification crystals, divine power crystals, and so on. Make sure that if any kind of pollution occurs in the array, it can be suppressed immediately. The power of order and non-order are opposites. When encountering an energy of equal strength, the ratio of damage is 1-to-1. If you can kill them in one shot, they can naturally inflict heavy damage on us." Regarding Yun Nuashing's advice, everyone naturally didn't dare to ignore it. They all pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Perhaps because they were too invincible in the void, they looked down on most of the enemies. If it weren't for the fact that their bosses could still suppress the situation with absolute power, there would probably be situations where they underestimated the enemy and were killed instead. Before this expedition, they were sternly warned by the Lord Observer. Everyone's fighting spirit was even higher and they were more cautious. Phone! This side is ready. Let's go. We opened a huge crack in midair, and a huge and magnificent lookout appeared in the crack. The lookout exuded extremely tyrannical energy. Obviously, it had been fully charged in advance. It seemed that Hui was also very cautious about this expedition. He even brought out the lookout that had been requisitioned. Well, let's go. We've also agreed on this side. The three little angels landed beside Yun Nuashing with a flutter. She also waved to Yuan Kong on the edge of the cliff. Take good care of the house. We'll be back soon. I Ching solemnly saluted Yun Nuashing. I wish the two lords a triumphant return. Yun Nuashing shrugged and called out to everyone. Everyone rushed towards the Temple of Expedition in the crack. Following a powerful surge of spatial energy and a rapid teleportation, everyone arrived in an unfamiliar void. The energy density had decreased slightly due to the changes in the void. The edge of the upper plane, but the energy concentration here is lower than other places in the upper plane. The void is in good condition. The sea of time is stable, and the space is stable. The Temple of Expedition is not doing anything. There are no energy movements in the void, and there are very few light orbs in the world. This is a hollow zone. The Temple of Expedition is hidden in the bottom layer of the void, and they are contacting the explorers who are monitoring this place. This void territory was a little unfamiliar, and most of the people present probably hadn't stayed in this place before. However, they had already sent some spies to monitor this void territory. At this moment, they were calling them back. In this dark place, they still needed a group of people to guide them. The captain of the explorers is here to report, Lord Hui, Lord Feng. After waiting quietly for 2 minutes, a distorted portal suddenly appeared in the space in front of Yun Nuashing and Hui. A figure slowly walked out of it, bowed solemnly to the two of them, and then said, "The distance of 10 worlds in front of the surface void is the edge of the coordinates. We found a very hidden barrier there. The barrier itself does not prevent anything from entering or exiting, and its function seems to be to hide something in that place. Because we were worried about alerting the enemy, we did not rashly enter, but built a larger monitoring barrier here. So far, we have not found any huge movements related to the void, time, and space. In theory, the people inside the barrier should still be inside, but we can't rule out the possibility that some kind of energy operation that we can't identify has taken away the people inside. In short, the probability is 50-50, right? Well, you can come back first. We're already here, so there's no need for any surveillance." Yun Nuashing waved her hand, and the captain of the explorers bowed respectfully before turning and disappearing. It was only then that he looked at Hui. "What do you think? More than a year ago, I stabbed through half a world, and then our people came here in less than a day. Did they run away in half a day, or have they been hiding here waiting for us to come knocking on their door?" Hui frowned as he looked at the scene of the surface layer of the void territory projected in the projection. In the projection, there was a black area with different colors. It looked like a football and was about 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary world's light orb. It was a situation that could only be directly seen with the power of the Guardians. Others could only see darkness when they looked at the area with their naked eyes. Instinctively, I feel that something isn't right. As for what's wrong, it's all aspects. This is the first time we've dealt with them directly. It's normal for anything to happen. Ding! As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of a gold coin being flicked. He froze for a moment and turned his head. He saw Yun Nuashing throwing a gold coin into the air. When the gold coin was caught by Yun Nuashing, everyone stretched their necks curiously. Hui came up to her, puzzled. The little angel looked puzzled, and then he gently opened his palm. "The temple is up. Then we'll act according to Plan B." Yun Nuashing calmly put away the gold coin and said with a grin, Hui looked like he was about to break down. When did Plan B pop up? We actually have a plan in advance. And why is it decided by the tossing of a gold coin? Yun Nuashing knocked him on the head in dissatisfaction and snorted. I like it. The first plan is to directly blast through this world and then kill our way in. As for the second plan, we'll go in and take a look. Even if something happens, they won't be able to hold us back. When there's no other way, it's also a way. Huey's expression slowly calmed down, and he nodded solemnly. The Temple of Expedition will first hide in the bottom layer of the void. Open the divine realm to hide. Set up the energy barrier, and get ready to charge all the energy towers. Green, you stay here. Jing Yuanji, you come with us. Jing Yuanji nodded, and in a flash, she stood beside Yun Nuashing. The latter was much more straightforward. White light flashed all over her body, and all the light on her body faded away. She directly went into her strongest combat mode, looked at Siyu and Feng Qing Huang, and whispered in a hollow voice, "The two of you stay here." The little angel was stunned for a moment when she saw him directly in this form. When she came to her senses, she bumped into Yun Nuashing's body. Well, we can go now. Yun Nuashing nodded to Hui and Jing Yuanji. The three of them swayed and left the Temple of Expedition. Green's hurried voice gradually dissipated in her mind. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, please be careful. As soon as the three of them stopped waving their hands, they had already arrived at the surface layer of the void, in front of the barrier. They could touch it if they stretched out their hands. If there was someone inside who had been paying attention to the barrier, they would be exposed instantly. Even if the observer form could change the rules of the void around them, to a large extent, making everything ignore the existence of the three of them to a large extent, but it did not matter. The three of them, the four of them, worked together. In this void, unless the people of the underworld came personally, no one would be able to stop them. Hui took the lead and took a step forward. He stretched out his hand and touched the barrier. His expression changed, and he said in astonishment, "There is no obstacle or obstruction at all. The energy reaction is so low that it can only maintain the existence of the barrier. If it doesn't have a characteristic that prevents us from seeing what's inside, it should be exposed now, right?" Yun Nuashing frowned. "What's going on? It can't be that they forgot to maintain it. The barrier used for shielding was about to lose its energy and could no longer block the things inside. With the means to cast such a barrier in the void, it was impossible for it not to automatically absorb the energy of the void to maintain its existence. Yun Nuashing's last attack appeared directly inside, so it would never affect this barrier. It's like a welcome sign is hanging up, waiting for us to go in." Hui felt that something was wrong, and the corners of his eyes trembled. The spatial coordinates have been locked through the divine right. Lord Feng, we can teleport back to the Temple of Expedition at any time without any restrictions. The azure light on Jing Yuanji's body flashed and disappeared, and she said to Yun Nuashing with a smile. Yun Nuashing nodded and looked at Hui. "Are you ready? Do you want to go in? Or do you want me to penetrate it?" "So be it. Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Hui snorted softly, and the energy on his body condensed into golden energy figures, which plunged into the barrier. Then he swung his long hair and said to Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji, "Let's go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed into the barrier. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji followed closely behind. They plunged into the barrier and then made all the defensive preparations in an instant. The starry sky was filled with an uneasy and distorted energy aura. They appeared here safely without receiving any reception. They did not encounter any distorted energy attacks that caught them off guard, nor did they see any enemies crowding the starry sky. They did not even feel too much interference or blockage. As soon as they entered, they saw a brilliant starry sky filled with twinkling stars. It was the distorted energy that filled this place that made the three of them frown subconsciously. "Oh, Feng, I just discovered a very magical phenomenon." Hui waved his hand, and the golden energy puppets rushed out in all directions. When I came in, I had already seen the entire world of light. There's no movement at all. There's no movement. There's no life. There's no sign of any life form. There's only a lonely star that's burning. It's like a starry sky that has been abandoned for hundreds of billions of years. Phone, this time I don't understand. Yun Nuashing frowned, looking at the empty starry sky. For a moment, she was also a little stunned. She could only observe the situation around her. This world was filled with a distorted aura, and its order was on the verge of falling to the limit of the other side. Although the starry sky was still lively and prosperous, this starry sky was lifeless. It was difficult for such a law to give birth to any life. Even if there was, it would not give birth to any normal life. However, the operation of the stars and the world was still normal, and there were no abnormal changes. The distant starry sky was distorted as expected. Generally speaking, it would not have much effect on life forms of their level. However, for the weak life forms of order, the starry sky environment here is really terrible. Hui, I noticed something. Follow me. Yun Nuashing's eyes swept across the starry sky and noticed something. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she waved at the other two. After that, she took the lead and rushed towards that direction. The three of them quickly swept across the starry sky and carried out a small teleportation. They deviated a little from their original position due to an abnormal law turbulence. However, they arrived at their destination without any danger. In the distorted starry sky, a red and black star appeared in front of them, floating alone in the starry sky. There were no stars around it and no other stars. It was as lonely as a wanderer. On the side of the red and black star facing them, there was a huge crater that occupied a quarter of the size of the planet. It had sunk by about a few dozen to 100 miles. Yun Nuashing still remembered this scene. It was caused by him when he opened the door across the void. However, that crater was only destroyed by the aftermath of the energy. There should have been many layers of energy barriers on this planet. When he opened the door back then, he had used up a lot of energy and only broke through about 100 layers of barriers. He did not really cause any damage to the planet. At this moment, the thick tortoise shell had all been removed, as if abandoned. It's really abandoned. Yun Nuashing had a strange look on her face. It was not easy for them to find this place, and in the end, they found that this place had long been abandoned. How could they explain this? Hui waved his hand, and the three of them landed lightly on the red and black star. They stood firmly on the ground and looked around the barren place without any scenery to speak of. There was an inexplicable feeling. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. Oh, there's gas here, but it's the kind that cannot be breathed. An ordinary person would probably die if they breathe in it. There's a slight deviation in space. The entire star system seems to have slightly deviated towards this planet. It's like the deviation of a collapsed slope. Jing Yuanji's eyes swept across the surroundings and said, "In the past 1,000 years, other than the commotion when we just arrived, there are no traces of anything moving in this area. Even comets do not visit this place." 1,000 years? Yun Nuashing was stunned and shook her head. "It's not normal. I'm sure that the last time I came in, it was completely different from what I see now. Maybe some method was used to quickly abandon this place. The rules of this world are biased towards distortion, so it's easy to speed up." "Huh." Huey's roar suddenly rang in their ears. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji were stunned. Before they could react, they felt the earth tremble violently. With a violent bang, the entire red and black star cracked open like a huge abyss crack, like a spider web. If one looked down from the starry sky, they could see that this planet was almost torn apart. But from a certain point of view, this planet can withstand Huey's blow and not directly turn into starry sky dust. It seems to be a special planet. Supporting the startled Jing Yuanji, Yun Nuashing walked over and hit Huey's head hard. She roared, What the hell are you doing? Hui smiled and scratched his head. No, I just wanted to see if there's really no one here. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji were stunned. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook her head helplessly. Well, thanks to you. I felt that there was something special in the distance with this slap. Something that could survive a magnitude 66 earthquake and a divine impact. You just smashed all the superfluous things on this planet. Yeah, it's still very useful. Hui smiled and raised his thumb. Yun Nuashing slapped him on the back of the head and flew out with Jing Yuanji without saying a word. Chapter 1368. The surface of the reddish-black planet, which was close to being torn apart, was now filled with the remains and debris of countless buildings, all of which had just been created. The cracks across the earth had swallowed up the collapsed wreckage, and distorted energy was gushing out from the depths of the earth, causing the cracks to emit a powerful energy light. Occasionally, there would be a strong flash, and one could not help but worry if the energy below would erupt to the surface. After flying for a while above the planet that had just been torn apart, Yun Nuashing found that there was not much difference between this planet and other planets. The sky was round, and the earth was just a little bigger. Besides that, there was nothing but an uncomfortable reddish-black color. The buildings that were originally used to decorate the entire planet had all been reduced to rubble, and only one thing was left standing on the surface. It's chilly, and with the night and the storm, this place could be haunted at any moment. Hui was 1 meter behind Yun Nuashing, holding the back of his head and following closely. Looking at the ruins that made the sound of debris sliding from time to time, he couldn't help but mutter, "So shabby. Isn't this caused by you?" Yun Nuashing turned her head and rolled her eyes at him. "Who would alert the enemy and flip the entire planet over? If you use a little more force, this specially made thing will explode into millions of pieces." Boom! Boom! It was the sound of a huge wreckage falling from the rubble again. It had to be said that the distorted time of 1,000 years and the rubble that Hui had just blown up was a perfect contrast to each other. "We've been monitoring this place for a whole year, and we haven't noticed anything. Although the division of the reincarnation realm in the entire void carries the division of the previous era to avoid trouble, the power systems of different worlds are always different. Logically speaking, the realm of the gods should be at the top, and no matter how different the systems are, they are in the same environment of the greater void, and the higher levels would follow the same rules. The Empyrean god of origin of the realm of the gods is personally monitoring this place, so there's no reason why he couldn't notice anything." Yun Nuashing could not help but frown as she crushed a dark-colored wreckage next to her. No matter how strong the power system is, it can't be stronger than that of the realm of the gods. It could only be some kind of special means. Since they can be regarded as a direct opponent of the realm of the gods, it's not surprising that they have some special means. Maybe they have some kind of guardian or observer or something like that. Hui guessed with a smile. Although he was joking, he did not rule out this possibility. Putting aside whether or not they also had some kind of messy divine title, they definitely had some kind of special power. The two of them also had a way to come and go freely in other worlds without being discovered. There should only be a few of them who could do that. Also, there were the two unknown gods' destruction power that he saw last time. He suspected that one of them was in the hands of this race, and the other was unknown for the time being. After wandering around the ruins for a while, Yun Nuashing finally remembered the important matter and brought the two of them to the place he wanted to go. Among the collapsed building debris and wreckage, there was a strange building. From the bottom to the top, there were circles of gradually shrinking dark metal rings. The vertical intervals between the rings were about 100 meters. From the edge of the rings to the inside, there was another small circle near the center. It looked like some kind of binding and fixing building, and in the middle of the 6 huge rings, there was a red diamond-shaped energy crystal about 1,000 meters long. It just happened to pass through the middle of the 6 rings, and a tip was exposed at the top. This was the only complete building left behind after the level 66 earthquake on this reddish-black planet. It was a large building that seemed to be used for something unknown. "It's here!" Jing Yuanji suddenly exclaimed softly. Yun Nuashing, and we couldn't help but look at her. She quickly said, "I just said that this star field has signs of tilting and distortion. The space is collapsing toward this planet. If we follow the trajectory, the end of those collapse traces is this building. More specifically, the crystal of that building. By the way, I also feel a lot of energy flowing from all directions to that crystal. It's telling us that the center of this star field is this crystal," Hui said, picking up a piece of building debris and throwing it at the building. It turned into a meteor and brushed past the edge. "Oh, there's no defensive measures?" Yun Nuashing squeaked and rushed toward the building that bound the crystal in a flash. Hui and Jing Yuanji were stunned. Before they could react, she appeared in front of them again. "There's an independent space inside. There's no obstruction." Independent space. No wonder the energy of this space is still gathering. It seems to be maintaining the existence of that space. Hui suddenly understood. This time, the three of them flew toward the crystal together. After touching the crystal, they disappeared on the spot. The space inside the crystal was an unusually spacious hall. There was no illumination, but it was very bright. Furthermore, the sense of distortion in this place had reached a limit. Any more, and it would fall into the other side of the order. Yet, it was stubbornly stuck at this critical value. Yun Nuashing walked to the edge of the wall of the hall and brushed her palm lightly on the wall, like wiping off the water vapor on a mirror. The wall became transparent as she wiped, and the scene outside the hall appeared in sight. It was a more spacious space that was not used. It was like a void space, but there was not the darkness of the void, but a hideous blood red. The blood red was full of black, spiderweb-like patterns, and at the end of their vision, they could see a huge dark hole. Looking directly at it felt like looking at a place of nothingness. It's full of distorted space. This crazy and weird place, TSK, it's probably similar to the underworld. Hui and Feng Yuanji slowly walked over. When they saw this amazing scene, their faces were full of shock. The thin layer hanging on the edge of the world of order, at least it's still order. The space in the underworld is completely on the side of order. It completely conflicts with the space of order. It's two different concepts. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Her eyes lingered on the chaotic and crazy red scene for a few more seconds. Then she turned and walked toward the depths of the hall. The flow of time here seems to be normal. There are no traces left behind by rapid scouring like outside. Can you see the last time there was movement in the space? Well, wait a minute. Jing Yuanji nodded. Her light blue hair fluttered without wind. Some divine energy flowed through her body. After a moment, she replied, "It was about a month ago." The spatial fluctuations left in this space show that a big object moved here a month ago. It was probably a large group of people moving here or carrying something. What were we doing a month ago? Hui scratched his head and thought carefully. Oh, I was still in that space a month ago. Feng, you were still sleeping. Yun Nuashing scratched her head. Then there's nothing we can do. We can only say that the void favored them this time. We were one step too late. If I had known this would happen, I would have risked my life to create the spiritual sanctum when they attacked a year ago and rushed over to tear this place down. Don't use such a desperate method. Please cherish yourself. Hui, little angel, and Jing Yuanji roared in Yun Nuashing's ears and soul at the same time. Yun Nuashing shrank her neck, but she continued to say, "Sometimes too much treasure is too conservative. Playing with life once can save a lot of trouble, right? You see, if I risked my life back then, we would be in the realm of the gods discussing the void now. Okay, I won't say any more." Seeing that the three people looked like they wanted to eat her alive, Yun Nuashing quickly shut up and quickened her pace to ease the strange atmosphere caused by the topic. Calculating the time, They had been walking in this hall for almost 10 minutes. Although it was called a hall, it was more like an endless corridor. 2 pillars divided the same area, and using the same area to loop endlessly, they did not know where the end was. Just when Yun Nuashing could not help but want to fly over, she suddenly saw an exquisitely decorated door in the depths of the corridor. She tilted her head and looked at Hui and Jing Yuanji. The 3 of them flew up at the same time and soon arrived in front of the door. They looked up at the exquisite pattern together. It was probably the exquisite pattern of the race, because the 3 of them frowned when they saw it. They had a bad feeling, as if they had seen an evil and hellish scene. Those patterns only made them feel disgusted. Well, although it looks very problematic at first glance, we still have to go in. Hui looked at the door and waved his hand to take out the giant golden shield that was as big as him. He raised the shield. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji could not see him. They only heard a voice from behind the shield. Why did we come all the way here? Isn't it because you smashed other people's planets? If you didn't smash this place, I wouldn't have noticed this strange place and then ran in. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes in annoyance. Be careful later. She turned back and said to Jing Yuanji. Yun Nuashing and Hui stepped forward and put one hand on the door. Just as they were about to push it open, they suddenly froze. Huh. Jing Yuanji saw the change in his expression and quickly turned to the direction they came from. What's wrong? Yun Nuashing shook her head. It's probably an illusion. Don't worry about it. When they pushed the door open, they thought that they would see a sealed space, a hall or something. But when they pushed it open, all 3 of them were stunned for a moment, because what appeared in front of them was the space that looked like a distorted red cloth. This door led directly to the outside, and it was as if they had come to the entrance. This is a little strange. Hui crossed his arms and leaned against the door, looking at the distorted space that was less than half a meter away from the edge of the palace. He had a strange look on his face. It's like a space that wasn't designed. What are those guys doing here? Yun Nuashing stretched her hand out of the range of the hall, but she did not feel anything wrong and retracted her hand. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a laugh throughout the hall. So, uninvited guests, what do you think I want to do? The faint and ethereal voice with a little evil feeling splashed dozens of echoes in the hall. As the voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the chaotic space in front of Yun Nuashing and the others. He was wearing a blood-red robe engraved with strange patterns, just like the strange pattern on the door. It was a reflection, and the body was not here. Nonsense. This place had been evacuated. We meet again. Lord Fengling of the Celestial Realm. Ah, it's a pity that I'm not in front of you now, and I can't cut off your slender fingers one by one. However, I've prepared a small gift to show my sincerity, and I hope that the few of you from the Celestial Realm like it. The man who called himself Chang Kong laughed softly, and his tone was amiable and approachable, as if he could hold a bottle of wine in the next second and brag for the whole night. This made Jing Yuanji and Hui even more vigilant. The former had already seen this person when they besieged the Celestial Realm that day, while the latter saw this person for the first time. But he had paid attention before and could recognize him. Feng, this guy is that guy? Hui asked in the soul. Yes, he said that the name of the person walking in the world is Chang Kong, and that he's someone with a high position in the distorted clan. I think he was the one who led the army to besiege the Celestial Realm when we besieged the 3,000 divine realms. Yun Nuashing calmly replied, At first, I was just being cautious, but I didn't expect that you would be able to decipher the coordinates of this world with that one attack. It took me a lot of effort to evacuate this world under your surveillance. Ah, but I didn't expect that when you found out that this world was only an empty shell, you would still be interested in walking leisurely in the enemy's territory and even casually come to this space and open this door. You must be curious to come to the enemy's territory for the first time, right? So is your curiosity satisfied? If it's satisfied, I wonder if I can ask you to die once. As the last sentence with a light, joking tone fell, The projection quietly disappeared from the distorted space. Then, an extremely terrible atmosphere suddenly appeared in the senses of Yun, Nuashing, and the others. The distorted space suddenly rotated faster and faster, and finally, only red and black blurry traces flashed in front of their eyes at high frequency, as if they were in a huge hollow cylindrical passage. At the moment, the passage was rolling rapidly, and at the same time, some kind of presence came from this space. This presence... Jing Yuanji's expression changed slightly, and quickly said to Yun Nuashing and Hui, Lord Feng, Lord Hui, we'd better get out of here, quickly, this space. I know, you've locked the spatial coordinates before you came in. Teleport us out. Hui nodded, Jing Yuanji nodded, and spread her divine energy to find the coordinates that she had set earlier. She carved a divine pattern in the space with both hands, and an incomprehensible cry came from her mouth. As a teleportation circle appeared, the three of them disappeared from this place in an instant. Fortunately, that space was not sealed, or it would take some effort to come out. Lord Hui? Seeing that they were teleported out safely, and seeing the huge circular crystal building, Jing Yuanji breathed a sigh of relief. Then she saw Hui's face full of serious expression, and couldn't help but be startled. When she turned her head again, she saw Yun Nuashing's calm expression that couldn't hide a trace of anger. Excuse me. As soon as she said these two words, she realized something, and immediately knew that she didn't need to ask anything. She raised her head and looked at the distorted starry sky, and all the starlight seemed to have gone crazy, increasing the brightness by hundreds of levels. Extremely bright starlight flashed all over the sky, and there were huge balls of light hanging in the sky. In the dazzling light, she could feel some more uneasy atmosphere, and this time she could clearly see that the entire starry sky was collapsing from countless directions, and all of them were collapsing toward the place where they were, and it was happening right now. I feel like I've been ruthlessly fooled, or like I was fooled because I foolishly barged in. Oh, Feng, I'm a little unhappy. What should I do? Hui took a deep breath, and a circle of black lines drooped down on his face that had always been bright. What should we do? Yun Nuashing stretched her hands and walked to Jing Yuanji's side, and two dark red azure wings extended from her back from her shoulders. In view of being fooled, we can't play back an eye for an eye, so we can only collapse it. But that will have to wait until we get out. Two dark red azure wings extended from her back to her front and wrapped an area of 10 feet around her body, including Jing Yuanji and Hui. Seeing this, Hui grinned and walked out of the range and propped up the sacred barrier himself. Okay, I'll be fine. You just protect Jing Yuanji. Yun Nuashing nodded, and Jing Yuanji looked at the two lords with a dumbfounded face and whispered, My Lord Feng, this world seems to be collapsing. That's right, it's collapsing with us at the center. By the way, I estimated the speed of cracking the sealed space and the speed of the world collapsing. The latter is faster, so I'm too lazy to crack it. Yun Nuashing continued to be calm. It's just a specially made distorted world collapsing. At most, it'll just rub off a layer of dead skin. Oh, I'm now in energy form, so there's no need for dead skin. At most, it'll dim my light a little and it won't affect the light. It's a big gift. No wonder they didn't stop us from entering at all. They're inviting us into a trap. Not only did they close the lid, they even sealed the outside with a layer of solid seal. The light on Hui's body became even more brilliant. He stomped the guardian shield on the ground, and a layer of shining golden lightning completely sealed the 10 feet around him. After experiencing the initial collapse, Jing Yuanji's face was now calm, and she calmly strengthened the spatial barrier. It couldn't be helped. She couldn't appear to be panicking when the two lords were so calm. Seeing Lord Feng's calm face and even squinting eyes as if he was pretending to be asleep, she thought for a moment and quietly moved closer. She was less than a foot away from him and could faintly feel Lord Feng's breathing behind her, there were only a few fixed processes for the collapse and death of a world in a natural state. However, the imminent destruction of this world was controlled by someone. Based on Yun Nuwa planet senses, it was likely that all the elements of this world's light cluster had been converted into pure distorted energy through the distorted energy, which then caused a new energy star that could split heaven and earth. Even if all the energy of an ordinary world gathered together, it would not necessarily be able to break through the heavenly origin, God's defense. However, this was a world full of distorted energy, which was a threat even to high-level heavenly origin gods. One could tell from Jing Yuanji's slightly panicked expression when she came out. She was only a short distance away from the peak of heavenly origin, but even at such a level, she felt threatened. One could imagine how much energy had accumulated here. That's right, the transformation process seemed to be transformed through the circle of buildings next to it. It was just discovered by Yun Nuwa planet. However, even if it was destroyed now, it would not stop the process. It would only make the process go berserk and become even more uncontrollable. Phone! It's coming. I know. The two of them responded, and after less than 5 minutes of waiting, the starry sky had turned into the same scene as what they had seen in the crystal space. The starry sky had turned blood red, and the distorted and strange starlight was all blood red. Every bit of starlight was expanding violently, exceeding the limits of expansion, releasing energy to every corner of the world. Hostile energy filled the entire sky, and the sky was filled with crazy and violent energy, piling up into an entire world of light. It was as if even if all the energy in this world was exhausted, it would still annihilate them here. Jing Yuanji looked up at the scene, and the energy that filled the world's light cluster caused a huge resonance. In her unique perception of space, the space of this world had shrunk to the size of this red and black planet. The outside was full of energy, and it was so dense that even space and time had disappeared. The blood-red, starry sky continued to expand, as if it was about to fall into the sun. If she was the only one standing here, she might have been scared speechless. Even if she tried her best, she wasn't confident that she could withstand the distorted energy that filled the world's light cluster. Don't worry, we're right here. Just as she was panicking, Jing Yuanji felt someone patting her shoulder. She turned around and saw Yun Nuashing looking at her with a smile on her pretty face. She couldn't help but blush slightly, and her heart calmed down a lot. It was also at this moment that the dazzling blood-red light flooded the entire world's light cluster. A silent and violent explosion occurred from the very edge. The destructive impact swept up the monstrous energy and collapsed toward the center of the world. The energy that erupted from the center poured in countless directions. The impact and collision from the two directions made the process of the energy explosion even more chaotic. In the indescribably violent process, a recoil force burst out toward the edge, directly destroying the world's barrier and the sealed layer of barrier. The shattered blood-red energy was like the claws and fangs of a demon in the void. Violent, distorted shock waves streaked across the void, causing the layer of void to change. Bang! Qing Jun, Siyu, and the others who were at the bottom of the void had been looking at that space and waiting. However, after waiting for a long time, they actually saw a blood-red energy cluster that could destroy heaven and earth blooming in that space. The sound with the vibration of the rules resounded in this void area, shocking the people from the divine realm and the others. Looking at the energy that erupted had the power to distort the void and deform it, a chill rose in their hearts. In the distant middle plane, in a void, Chong Kong, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a kind smile. Then he couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that the guys from the divine realm are also very cautious. Only 3 people came. Although there's no way to kill them, at least they can delay them for a while. Hee, as long as you guys can lie down quietly for a while, our plan will be completed. Chong Kong stood up and looked behind him. A large mass of chaotic world fragments twisted into a ball, piled up into a melted ice cream shape, and continued to collapse and gather toward a central point. A trace of uncoordinated energy was emitted from that strange object.